The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. May I remind members that in accordance with current safety guidelines, face masks must be worn at all times in the chamber unless speaking or unless you are medically exempt. Can I also ask members to ensure that any electronic devices are not placed in front of their microphones? Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Assembly Member Morella.
Firstly, can I provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since the last full Assembly meeting, the Transport Committee questioned the Deputy Mayor for Transport and TfL officials about the current state and future of TfL's finances. And this weekend also marks the 21st anniversary of the London Assembly. We will continue to be the voice for Londoners and work hard to shape London's future for decades to come. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2, and can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or any other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? Assembly Member Cooper.
Well, just in case London Power comes up, Chair, I'd like to declare that I am a customer of London Power. And you were very concerned that we should be declaring that, so I'd like to declare that now, if I may. I'm not sure if it's going to get covered, just in case it does.
I wasn't aware that we would be discussing that, but I suppose that's a catch-all.
Might come up in a discussion, who knows?
Presumably the member has updated their
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Presumably you've updated your register of interest to indicate.
The next time that my register is being updated, I'm sure it will be included.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Yes, Chair. When we get to motions, the motion with regard to the former Stag Brewery, I will have to leave the meeting because I am part of the scheme of delegation for hearings and planning applications.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Are there any other declarations that need to be made? Thank you very much. We now move on to the question and answer session, the principal business of today, and it's concerning housing and planning. Joining us at City Hall, we have the Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development, Tom Copley, and joining us virtually for today's session, we have Jules Pipe, CBE, who's the Deputy Director for Planning, Regeneration and Skills, David Luntz, who's the Chief Executive of the Old Oaken Park Royal Development Corporation, which members will refer to in their speeches as the OPDC, Ricardo Hyatt, the Executive Director for Housing and Land for the Greater London Authority, Daniel Bridge, who's the Royal Docks Programme Director for the GLA, and Lisa Fairmainer, who's the Interim Head of London Plan and Growth Strategies for the GLA. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to Deputy Mayor Tom Copley and Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe, after which Assembly members may put supplementary questions to all the guests. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like to an answer from when they put their question. And guests, we will be very, very grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all of the questions that we have for you. The first question is to both Deputy Mayor Tom Copley and Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe in turn. How will you and your team meet the housing and planning challenges facing London during this term?
I'm happy to kick off with that one, Chair. Firstly, it's very nice to be back with you in person. This is my first in-person Assembly meeting. It feels a little strange being on the other side of the room, as it were. But it's good to see familiar faces and some new faces too, and I'll take this opportunity to congratulate you all, whether you have been elected for the first time or have been re-elected to the Assembly. And of course, both the Assembly and the Mayor only has a 3-year term this time around, so we need to have an absolute focus on delivery in this second term. We have only 3 years and a very ambitious manifesto to deliver, both in housing and planning and across the board. And the Mayor has set out 4 key priorities which cut across his whole manifesto for his second term, which are housing and physical delivery, jobs, young people and the environment. Now, housing, of course, fits very firmly into housing and physical delivery, but also, of course, across all of these other areas as well. So we're going to be building on a strong record of housing delivery from term 1. So we had record affordable housing starts, including in 2019-20, the most starts since records began, GLA records began in 2002-3, more than 17,000. And even last year, during the pandemic, which came on top of the other challenges the sector were facing, not least Brexit and the cladding crisis, our partners delivered more than 13,300 starts. We've seen the return of social housing, which almost fizzled out towards the end of the previous Mayor's term, and we are starting to see a renaissance in council house building. More council homes started in 2019-20 than in any year since 1983. Starts have increased 7-fold over the last 5 years of council homes, and council homes completions have doubled during that time. So we are going to have continued and expanded delivery across what will be, for the next 2 years, 2 affordable homes programmes as we complete the 16 to 23 programme and commence with the 21 to 26 programme. Meeting the Mayor's 116,000 affordable homes starts targets will be, of course, one of the top priorities. It will be challenging, but I'm confident that we can meet that. And of course, the Mayor will continue to push for further funding from the government, because we know that if we're going to actually deliver at the scale which matches both the identified need in London and indeed our ambitions, our collective ambitions, we need £4.9 billion a year every year for the next 10 years from the government. We'll continue to support community-led housing. It was a pleasure to visit Brasted Close in Lewisham, where London CLT had broken ground on their scheme of 11 community-led homes there, as well as Tonic Housing yesterday, which will be the first LGBT-affirming retirement community in the country. We're going to establish a City Hall developer to get City Hall directly into delivering, as well as having a review to look at how we are delivering across the GLA family. The Mayor will also continue to be standing up for Londoners affected by the building safety crisis. It is outrageous that more than 4 years after Grenfell, arguments still rage about who should pick up the bill for cladding remediation. It certainly should not be leaseholders, and the Mayor will continue to push for the government to protect both leaseholders and indeed to ensure that social landlords can access building safety funds for their social tenants as well. The Mayor will continue to campaign for rent controls and for greater protections for private renters. And I think the pandemic has highlighted the precariousness of the private rented sector more than ever before. We'll be continuing our work to help rough sleepers. 2,500 rough sleepers were helped into GLA hotels during the pandemic. Many more, of course, helped into hotels procured by boroughs as well. We're now moving into our recovery phase. However, if we're going to help the government to meet their target of ending rough sleeping by the end of this Parliament, we need a lot more action, not least some movement on their policies on non-UK nationals, which make up a significant number of rough sleepers in London. So that's just an overview of some of the work that will take place over the next 3 years. I look forward to getting into some of the detail during this plenary session and, of course, to working with the Assembly over the next 3 years as we deliver this ambitious manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Jules Pipe the same question, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. And may I add my congratulations alongside that of Tom's to all the Assembly members on their recent election. So for planning, as many of you will know, we recently adopted the London Plan. Technically just published rather than adopted. Local plans are adopted, but we published ours in March. And that was after extensive engagement, a lengthy examination in public, and finally government agreement. So that was the first term. This term is now about implementation and implementing that plan over this term. We feel that this is absolutely key to meeting the challenge that was identified by the London Recovery Board. That had the sort of the grand challenge of restoring confidence in the city, minimising the impact of COVID and its impact on communities, and build back better the city's economy and its society. We feel that the London Plan responds to many issues that have been highlighted by COVID over the last 18 months. And I say highlighted, not created or arisen or anything, because many of the problems that we are facing up to and seeking to address going forward were problems that were already in existence, which has been highlighted by the pandemic. So the plan's support for town centres and high streets to adapt and diversify, for example. That was in the plan before COVID. We'd embarked on a series of major interventions on aiding local authorities to adapt and diversify the offer of their high streets to best cope with the existential threat that they face from changes in shopping habits. The changes that have been brought about by the further changes that have been brought about by the pandemic have only kind of added and highlighted this. They didn't invent the problem for high streets. So I think that's a strong example of where the plan very much addresses the context that we're now in. Other examples, requirements for adequate living space through minimum space standards. Interestingly, we included the issue about work at home desk space in the plan well before COVID arose. The importance of access to outdoor amenity space is in there. Healthy streets, enabling people to walk and cycle more and encourage active and sustainable travel. That's absolutely front and centre of the plan, and a topic of conversation in the last 18 months in a way that it wasn't amongst the public during the formation of the plan. Planning for sufficient industrial capacity, probably a niche activity, discussion of that amongst planners, people like myself and people like on the Assembly during the examination in public. But again, the pandemic has highlighted the important need for last mile delivery space for all the increased at-home deliveries that that society is now seeking, and the increased desire to be able to work close to home, if not actually in one's own home. So planning for that workspace and that logistics space for distribution uses is there again front and centre in the plan. The government's keenness to do away with industrial land notwithstanding. Protection for pubs, LGBTQ plus spaces, cultural venues, they've all been hit hard by the pandemic, but again, well before the pandemic, embedded in the plan support for those venues. And then obviously there's been a lot of talk over the last 18 months about the future of the central activities zone. Again, the plan absolutely identified the rich mix of strategically important uses that go on in the city centre, and goes about supporting that, identifying the strengths, where they need support, and where growth is needed. So implementing the plan is down to maintaining our high quality response to referable applications, developing clear, concise and accessible guidance, a London Plan guidance to support local plans and applications made by developers, working with boroughs to ensure local plan conformity as they continue to bring them forward, and also progressing opportunity areas as well, so we can encourage but crucially coordinate good growth across those opportunity areas in London. And finally, Chair, I'd say that, of course, this is in the context of huge uncertainty being created by the government's planning reforms. We're going to continue working with a coalition of business organisations, community groups, civic organisations, local authorities, all to, I'm afraid, challenge a lot of the aspects of the reforms that seem to be not satisfying many people across the spectrum, from business to community groups to the government's own parliamentary members. Things from permitted development rights through to the huge question marks that exist over a move to a national infrastructure levy. We think this will be damaging not just to London, but to other parts of the country too. And so I think as well as getting on and implementing the plan and doing the day job of planning, I think we have a big task ahead of us, both as part of the administration, but also with you as the Assembly as well, in identifying the problems with the legislation and seeking to improve it. So that's the task ahead for us in the planning area.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Has been a key part of London's housing and planning model for the last 2 decades. Today, I want to ask questions about how it's working for ordinary Londoners. I will start by asking Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe about planning for shared ownership homes in mixed developments. There were widespread reports recently of residents enjoying the world's first swimming pool suspended between 2 buildings at the Embassy Gardens development in Wandsworth. However, the benefits of this facility are not equal, as the shared owners in the building are not allowed to access it. This is not the only example of residents in the same building being treated differently. We hear regularly about so-called poor doors, where different types of residents have different access doors, and we have seen similar issues with access to children's play areas. The Mayor committed to banning poor doors once and for all when running for Mayor in 2015. And in 2016, he watered down his position to support tenure-blind developments. My question is, why are we still seeing such cases of segregation based on housing tenure in London?
I mean, that's straightforward. I mean, certainly the cases that the big case that you highlight there in the swimming pool were planning permissions taken well before this current mayor, and they were taken by the previous mayor. The current mayor has been very clear about his expectations for equality within developments, and in some cases where from developments that were commissioned under the previous mayor, we've still managed to intervene, and where we can see room for manoeuvre within the planning permission given to put pressure on the developer to have a more equal access to things such as gardens and children's play areas. So there have been a number of cases where we have intervened. When it comes to planning decisions that have been made under this current mayor, and under this mayor's London plan, it is quite clear about our expectations from developers, and it doesn't come down to a matter for negotiation anymore with developers post-implementation, but it's something that's actually baked in to their permission. And that goes for poor doors, which is explicit in the London plan about that, and also access to play areas. When it comes to more expensive items, access to expensive items like gyms or indeed swimming pools, where registered providers would not be willing to pay for access for those for their tenants or their shared ownership residents, where we're clear on that policy is that those tenants and residents that don't have automatic baked-in rights to it because they're not paying for it should have the right to be able to opt in, but of course they would have to pay for it in addition to their rent and any other payments, just as the private tenants are paying for it, because there is obviously standing case law that private tenants cannot subsidise other tenure tenants within a block.
Thank you for that answer. And I also appreciate the fact that in the new London plan, the Mayor commits to an inclusive design of developments to avoid such segregation. But in the previous version of the London Plan, there was also a similar commitment that there should be no segregation of London's population by housing tenure. It does seem that this is an issue of implementation. It's all well and good that the Mayor's London Plan, for example, is saying that these sort of segregated developments must not happen. But what is the Mayor doing to enforce this? Are you satisfied with the levels of enforcement on the London Plan in this area?
Well, where cases are drawn to our attention, the Mayor has intervened. And I think that the current London Plan is far more specific in detail in what it requires, rather than the more broad brush reference to not segregating in the previous London Plan. So I think we're both better positioned in policy, and the Mayor's actions on individual cases have shown that we have both policy and are willing to intervene, whereas I think before the policy was lighter, and I'm not aware of where the previous Mayor intervened on any cases to enforce that policy.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn my questions now to Deputy Mayor Tom Copley to ask some questions again about shared ownership, but a bit more widely. There's great dissatisfaction from shared owners with their housing associations. Just 2 weeks ago, I met with shared owners in Sutton who are facing poor service and high charges from their housing association. How are you and the Mayor working to ensure that housing associations are held to account for the service they provide here in London?
Thanks very much for your question, Assembly Member Bakari. First of all, the Mayor has an existing shared ownership charter, services charter, which we are updating as part of the new Affordable Homes Programme. So we're going through a process at the moment of updating that and improving that. I think you're right, though, that a number of housing associations, and I'm thinking particularly of those who've been, the cases that we've seen identified through reports on ITV, there's been some quite shocking cases where housing associations are not performing as they should be. I think, first of all, we need the government to get on with reforming some of the regulation relating to housing associations. In terms of the Mayor, I mean, you heard from Jules just then about the Mayor intervening in cases where there are, particular issues with planning. I'm always happy to intervene with housing association chief executives where there are particular cases where they are not behaving as they should be. I think it's worth setting out as well that I think the issues facing shared owners have come to the fore lately, and I think that's probably one of the things that has prompted the government to look at to introduce this new model of shared ownership, which is being brought in as part of our new Affordable Homes Programme. So all shared ownership homes that are funded through the 21 to 26 Affordable Homes Programme will be the new model of shared ownership, which, for example, will offer certain protections from costs for repairs for the first 10 years, and certain other aspects as well. And just finally, the Mayor has been taking action as well within the limited powers he has over the model of shared ownership by introducing 990-year leases as standard for shared owners. We know that shared owners have sometimes been hit by ridiculous charges, let's face it, in order to increase their lease lengths.
Well,
there is no reason why they shouldn't be 990
I'm pleased we
years,
see some agreement there, and I look forward to working with you.
Which we're bringing in as standard under the new programme.
I'm pleased that the new build shared ownership, for example, from the government has finally been agreed to implement a 10-year period after purchase where new shared owners will not be liable for key maintenance and repair charges. But this does not help the current shared owners in London who often face extortionate unexpected costs. We've all had casework of shared owners who face service charges which are unfair and incorrect. How are you working with housing associations to ensure the fair approach of maintenance and repair charges to the 1,000 existing shared ownerships in London? And let me add also, there's little meaningful government action to protect and support shared owners impacted by the fire safety scandal. what direct action are you taking here in London to ensure that shared owners are not bankrupted by what is supposed to be affordable homes?
Well, you're absolutely right, and the building safety scandal has highlighted one of the sort of one complaint of shared owners, which was pre-existing, which was of course that you might own only 25% or 35% of your property, but you're liable for 100% of the maintenance. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've been very clear for leaseholders, whether or not you own your property in full, or whether you are a shared owner, you should not be being charged for the cost of cladding, remediation, or other building safety work. And the Mayor has lobbied the government continuously, I think, throughout the period that he's been in office, since the Grenfell Tower tragedy, to get the government to put in place these protections for tenants, which for leaseholders, which of course they failed to do during the passage of the Fire Safety Bill, now Act, despite it being amended on 5 occasions to introduce protections for leaseholders. The Mayor has limited powers himself over the model of shared ownership and the model of leases, which is why, doing, as I mentioned earlier, the 999...
Could you bring your comments to a close, please?
I'm happy to, yeah.
Because the Liberal Democrat group is now out of time. Thank you. Can I now call on Assembly Member Berry?
Thank you, Chair. So my questions are to the Deputy Mayor, and really
Which
good
one?
to see. Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development.
Thank you.
And it's really good to see you back in the chamber, Tom. I've got 2 issues to raise with you about the more ground-up activities under your remit. So first of all, the London Housing Panel was set up in 2019 to provide London's voluntary and community sector organisations with a structured forum to consider housing issues and engage in dialogue with the Mayor, the Assembly and other decision makers. Now, you've said now, just 2 years later, that it will have its funding removed next March. So I want to ask today whether you'd reconsider this decision. The money involved is very low and this work seems like extremely good value.
To answer that question, so the money involved, let's start with the money involved. It does seem very low, and if you look at the housing and land budget within the GLA, it seems like a lot of money, and it is. But of course, the vast majority of that is capital spend that we are spending on our various programs, the AHP, community housing, and things like that. Our revenue budgets are pretty limited and have to cover things, very important areas like rough sleeping, like the private rented sector, like the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Needs Survey that we are going to be conducting in conjunction with our planning team. And you'll also, of course, be aware of the very real and growing constraints on the GLA's budget. And as much as I always try to be optimistic, I do not see that situation improving. I might be wrong. The government will have its CSR in the autumn. I might be wrong, and we might discover that the government is suddenly going to increase the budget for local government or the GLA specifically, but I think that's highly unlikely, and that does mean we've had to take some difficult decisions about the panel. So while it might seem to be a small amount of money in the contest of the overall GLA budget, in the context of our revenue, and it is match funded. But let me talk about so. It was initially funded for a period of 1 year, and it then received an extension. And I was clear for this financial year that we should give it an additional year's funding in order that it can build a legacy. I didn't just want to cut it off and say no more funding. So what I hope the panel is going to do now is to, over the next year, continue its work and establish a legacy, helping us to embed community engagement with our policy making and in our implementation. And I am keen to explore as well other ways going forward that we can continue this sort of engagement in a way that recognises the GLA's considerable financial constraints.
Okay, I mean, that's a very honest answer, actually. You've basically said it's a straight cut, that you're not redirecting the money elsewhere. you're taking the money away from this.
It's reflective
because
of
of
the, it's
constraint.
reflective of the situation the GLA finds itself in terms of its budget.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do about that in the future. We'll continue some dialogue. I think there must be ways we can find some funding for this. My second question is about community-led housing. At Mayor's Question Time last week, the Mayor was very enthusiastic about this. He talked about how important it was for delivering on his priorities. And as you know, communities planning housing schemes like this need support, access to funding, and the GLA's support has been vital to the progress we've seen in the city. And the capital funding for that comes from largely the Community Housing Fund from the government. Now, you talked about the CSR, you talked about pushing for new funding for homes. Now, from what I can see and what's already been published, the Mayor didn't yet ask specifically and directly for community housing funding in his submissions to the Comprehensive Spending Review. But I do think we need to be requesting this further investment, particularly that it comes to London, not just other parts of the country. So can you make sure that more support for grants for more community housing is included in any further submissions you and the Mayor make to the government?
I'll be pushing very, very hard to make the case to the government for further funding for community-led housing. It's going to be really crucial. Out of the 38 million that, as you've said, that we've allocated around 20 million to schemes so far. And as schemes, go through start to completion, we're going to start needing additional funding.
The pipeline needs confidence.
Because the sector's growing, and this is a sector that was in its infancy. Particularly, perhaps compared to some other countries that have had a sort of a greater history, as it were, of community-led housing. It's not been so big, certainly in London. And as the sector grows, and it grows in confidence and it grows in its skills, it's going to want to do more, and we need it to do more. So I will commit to you that we'll be making the case, I'll be making the case very strongly for further funding to be committed by the government for community-led housing in London.
Excellent. And you'll share what you send in to
I will,
with the Assembly?
of course, yeah. Very happy.
Excellent. So as you've sort of hinted there, community-led housing doesn't just need capital grants, it needs revenue funding support to build up their organisations, make plans, get to the stage of planning permission when things become capital funding instead. Now, within the GLA budget, we know what's going on up until 2023 from the budget figures. We'll be getting a new budget this year, hopefully with 3 extra years of planned funding indicated. Are you committed to continuing to fund the community-led housing hub that provides all this support to groups around London when the new budget comes forwards?
I'm now trying to recall. I think that the hub was supposed to become. I think the idea was it was going to become self-sufficient. I might have to come back to you about that and write to you, Assembly Member Berry. But I think we remain committed to the hub. Yes.
Okay, and I mean, if it needs further revenue support, or if demand grows for its services, you'll be keen to keep funding that, even though the squeeze
we want the community-led housing hub to continue. So let me just come back to you on that, write to you on that specific.
Okay, no, that sounds good, and let's keep talking about that. And that is the end of my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish.
Good morning, Mayor Copley. On what date will you have finished all 116,000 affordable homes that you were meant to have started 5 years ago?
Sorry, on what specific date?
Yes, please.
Will we hit that target? Well, as you will be aware, Assembly Member Devenish, the 116 target, the deadline for that is the 31st of March 2023. So we will reach that target by the 31st of March 2023.
That's the start date, isn't it? The start of the homes or the finish of all those homes?
The start, because that's what the target relates to. The target, when it was set by, and by the way, this was a requirement by the government. The government changed the metric by which we are measured. The GLA is measured from completions, which is the previous programme. They changed it to starts, and I think a lot of the reason why they changed it to starts because it's easier to track performance of a specific mayor, because you can be completing homes you could be completing homes that were started and funded by a previous mayor or a previous affordable homes programme, the starts are directly attributable to the mayor that is in office at the time.
Yeah, sure.
I think that was the logic of why it was changed. But we are accountable for that target, and the target is starts. So,
And you'll meet that date, will you?
I'm confident that we can meet that date. It's going to be extremely challenging, Assemblymember Devenish, and I'm not going to pretend that it isn't. Over the next 2 years, we have some very high numbers that we are going to need to hit. But I think, having looked at the performance in the last year, more than 13,300 homes during a pandemic, on top of multiple other issues facing the sector, I think that instills me with some considerable confidence that we're going to reach that number by the 31st of March 2023.
And you talked about needing more money earlier.
Yes.
Why do you need more money when you haven't spent or come anywhere near to spending the $5.5 billion you've already got?
Because the programme is programmed according to the size of the pot of money. If the pot of money grows, you can do more. Let's take the current affordable homes programme. The rate of grant in, I should stop calling it the current affordable homes programme because we've got two current affordable homes.
I'm coming on to the second one. Can I have shorter answers,
the 16
please?
to 23 programme. The rate of grant in that programme for a housing association, for a social rented unit, the tariff rate, £60,000. That is historic low. That's about, the overall across the programme, our grant will fund about 15 to 20% of the cost of a home. Go back 10 or so years, it was about 50%. In the 90s, it was 90%. The lower the grant you have, the more your partner has to find funding from other sources, whether it be borrowing, whether it be their own cash reserves or whatever.
Deputy
and
Mayor.
that makes development more risky. The larger the pot of money you've got, the more grant you can put in.
Can I
the
get
more
a question
confident,
in?
more confident
Yeah.
partners can be, and the easier it is for them to to mitigate risks.
Why, when you had 116,000 homes as your first target for your first term, are you only committing to 35,000 affordable homes for your second term?
Well, let's be clear. The target that we've got over the next 5 years across both programmes is 79,000. So 79,000.
Still lower. Why has it gone down?
I can tell you why it's gone. Well, first of all, the 35,000 figure for the 21 to 26 programme, again, agreed with government. It was agreed with MHCLG as a deliverable and realistic target. So this is not just a number that we have plucked out of the air. This is a number that is arrived at through negotiation with the government, based on partly based on a view of what is going on.
It's the lack of your delivery, though.
What is going on in the market at the moment? So we have seen rising build costs, for example.
I don't need you to tell me these things. We all know this if we sit on the housing
But
committee.
you asked me. You asked me the question.
No, I want the answer. Okay, I'll move on.
You asked me the question. I'm giving you the explanation.
Deputy Mayor, let me give you an easier question. You and I championed, as did other Assembly members, both community land trusts, modern methods of manufacturing, and small sites. Can you give me just three figures of how many CLT homes have been built in the first 5 years? How many modern manufactured homes have you actually funded to build in the last 5 years? And how many small site homes have you actually built in the last 5 years?
So on the community-led homes, the development that I visited last week at Brastow Close, that is I think the first of our schemes funded through the community-led housing fund, which is
how many units
starting on site. Can I just explain something, Assembly Member Devenish? The community-led housing fund, we are working with small groups who don't have the development experience of large organisations. There's a lot of intensive work.
I'm on a clock, Deputy Mayor. We all know these facts. I just want the actual facts. How many units?
Well, I'm just explaining to you the challenges faced.
I know the challenges,
by
but you're here to deliver, you told us.
Organisation. We have a target
Absolute
to deliver,
focus on delivery, you said.
Yes. We've got a target to deliver 500 community-led homes by 2024. Which we are working towards and which we are determined to hit. But like I say, it's challenge. There's a lot of intensive work that goes on with smaller organisations. It's really important that we do that because we need to encourage the growth of the sector. But we can't pretend that this is it is an easy task where we have a community-led housing sector in this country that very much is in its infancy, but we've got to lay the foundation.
£5.5 billion is under your control. Could you answer the second part of my question?
Assembly Member
Small sites. How many small sites have you
We have £38 million for community-led housing, of which £20 million has already been allocated. As I've said to Assembly Member
How many
Berry,
units would you actually have built?
well, by
sites.
by March 31st, 2024, we will have started 500. That's the target.
And council housing, another one of your commitments. How many council houses have been started with your funding in the last 5 years?
In the last 5 years, just over 8,000 council homes. No, sorry. In the last 8 years, just over 8,000 council homes have been started, which means we are well on the way to hitting the Mayor's target of 10,000 council home starts by the end of the programme. And I should say that in 2019-20, the number of council home starts there, not only the highest since 1983, but a seven-fold increase from 5 years ago. And I think this does demonstrate a new renaissance in council house building.
And one of the things we discussed at the beginning of the first term of 2016, we all agreed, political consensus, there was a housing crisis. Mr. Khan's not here today again. He came to the last plenary on transport and crime. He's not here today. Doesn't that just demonstrate you're not serious about solving the housing crisis?
No, not at all. I think you have to look at what's being delivered, and the Mayor has delivered record starts on the affordable homes programme. You know, the return of social rented housing and funded for social rented housing in a big way, almost having fizzled out under his predecessor. The new renaissance in council house building. I think the Mayor has got a very strong record. What we need is the additional support from the government to enable us to do even more, and we're going to keep pushing for that.
Okay, final question. I'll let my colleagues have a go at getting an answer out of you. The two of the GLA organisations, the Met Police and London Fire Brigade, controlled by the Mayor, how many homes in the last 5 years have been built by both?
I have a feeling you might be about to tell me. It would help the London Fire Brigade to build homes if the Secretary of State hadn't called in its biggest, what I think is its biggest development.
Third time you failed to get planning on that scheme. Third time.
It would help if the Secretary of State didn't call in and delay. You know, it's very, you know. Do
you want to answer the question,
You complain about these things, Assembly Member Devenish, but you know, there are factors outside of the Mayor's control. In terms of the Met Police, its land disposals are continuing. One thing that is affecting the Met Police...
Zero homes.
One thing that is affecting the Met Police estate strategy is the fact it still doesn't have certainty from the government.
Oh, it's always the government's fault.
And therefore it doesn't know what size of estate it's going to need.
Anybody thought you were the Deputy Mayor for Housing?
I'm sorry?
I thought you were the Deputy Mayor for Housing. You were responsible for building homes.
Yes.
So you're building no homes with the Met estate. Is that fact? You're building
no, I don't believe that is a
LFP
fact.
estate.
I don't believe that is a fact. In fact,
well, can you give me the fact then?
We have. I've seen the figures reported to the Homes for Londoners Board. I don't have them in front of me, but
you could write to me if it's too difficult on both figures, please. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Deputy Mayor Tom Copley.
Hello.
Sorry, maybe we should have a little reset in terms of levels of politeness. The 2016 Affordable Housing Programme will build 116,000 affordable homes for 4.82 billion, while the 2021 Affordable Housing Programme will build 82,000 homes for 4 billion. Now, I just heard you mention rising building costs, so I'm sure that's one of the reasons. But why does it cost just under 49,000 to fund an affordable home today when it cost 41.5 in 2016? What has changed?
Well, I mean, I think you've hit on one of the major areas, which is the fact that we've seen rising costs. I think it's also fair to say that things like the cladding crisis have meant that particularly housing associations having to direct a lot of their funding quite rightly towards building safety, because the number one priority has to be the safety of their residents. But of course, they wouldn't have had to do that had the government given them full access to the building safety funds. And the Mayor has been pushing for the government to open up the building safety funds in full to housing associations so that they can access this funding, not just for their leaseholders, which is very important, but also for their social tenants as well. We've also, of course, seen market uncertainty due to the pandemic and various other disruptions such as Brexit, issues with labour and things like that. But what we will find in the new programme is that allows us to do is to offer an increase in the rate of funding versus the previous programme. As I said in response to a previous question, funding in the 16 to 23 programme was at a historic low. So this allows us to do that bit more, which then helps our partners to deliver. And of course, we are we are expecting more from partners as well. So we've got new standards in there on safety, on the environment, on design, and on equality, diversity and inclusion. So, it will be additional funding, but also I think we're going to see an increase in the quality of the homes that are going to be delivered as well.
Would you say it's also partly because there has been a decision at City Hall to try and address the most serious part of housing need by increasing the level of subsidy to produce social rented homes? So you just talked also about the council house building programme, which is of course something that had almost become a kind of an old-fashioned thing that was no longer taking place. Would you say it's partly to do with that as well? So
in the new programme, we're actually going to be able to deliver a majority of the homes for social rent, yes. So it's simply a fact that social rented housing requires more grant on average than intermediate housing. So yes, the more grant we have, the more social rented housing we can deliver. The government still places a limit, I should say, in the new programme on the level of social rent. So that's 53% of the overall programme. 47% has to be for intermediate tenures, of which most of that will be shared ownership. But yes, we're seeing increasing homes to social rent. And as I've set out, council specifically increasing numbers of homes being delivered by councils as well, and we fully expect that trend to continue.
So if the programme was allowed to be reprofiled, so the 53-47 percentages that you just referred to, the government allowed us to change that, we would be able to produce more social rented housing. And also, if the grant rate was even slightly increased, the level of social rented, which would then address that most severe housing need, could also be increased?
So I think we would like to be able to flex the programme parameters to allow a greater amount of social rented housing within the existing programme. Of course, we have to still make sure, given that social rented housing costs more to subsidise, that we have, the funds available to do that. But we would like to be able to have that flexibility, to be able to demonstrate that we can do that. And of course, as I've said, we would like even more funding to be made available as well.
Do you think there's a risk that some of the house builders that we work with will be unable to deliver the affordable homes programme in the future? Because obviously, in many cases, they're using their balance sheet, the value of the homes that they already own, if the funding is not actually there to assist as well. Because obviously, eventually, your balance sheet will run out. You can't.
I think it's a good point, and this comes back to the issue of making sure that that social landlords can access the building safety funds, because they all have a finite amount of money. They have to prioritise safety. That is absolutely paramount. But we also need more affordable housing, and so that's why we're pushing so hard for social landlords to be able to have access to these funds. But the fact that councils, though, are now able to expand the delivery, which I think is a testament to the incredible work that they've done and the support that the Mayor has put in over the last few years through things like building council homes for Londoners, through things like the Home Building Capacity Fund, that does mean now that councils can take more of the strain, which is a good thing. So, while housing associations are going through this period of having to really focus on remediation and building safety, it does mean that councils can, to some degree, step into that gap. I think it also highlights as
I'm
well.
going to have to interrupt you because I'm going to be
sorry.
running out of time. But thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Tom, it's nice to see you again. Look, I just want to ask you a few very simple questions. How many GLA-funded affordable homes do you intend to build each year?
Over the next 5 years, it's 79,000. We are currently in the process of finalising the 21 to 26 Affordable Homes Programme allocations. We have to get £1 billion of that signed off by the Secretary of State. So this is the long-term strategic partnerships funding. So that has so that's with it's with MHCLG at the moment. Once we get into, I think, the autumn time, that's when we'll be able to set out figures for the next annual figures for the next 5 years. So it's not something that we can set out at the moment. We have the full figure of 79,000, but later this year we should be in a position to set out yearly.
So you have no ambition, no ballpark, no figure you're aiming at in your negotiations?
Because we still are finalising, we can't set out annual figures until we've got the 21 to 26 programme, the first bidding round, sorted out and allocated, and we've communicated that to partners. That then allows us to look across both programmes, because we've got two running for the next 2 years, and to come to, that will allow us to then come to what we think the figures could be for the next few years. And I might bring in Ricardo if he wants to say anything about the programmes and numbers.
No, Tom, I don't think I've got much to add to that.
Sure.
As you say, we're in the process of confirming the allocations for the 21-26 programme. And once that is out of the way, we'll have a clearer idea of the profile beyond that between 2021 and 2026, covering both programmes. So, yeah, I think that's as much as I can say at this stage.
Okay, thank you. So back to the Deputy Mayor. Is this why you're yet to set an annual house building target for the funds you've already been given? Do you have that target?
Sorry, which funds are you referring to now?
All of your collective funds. You've said you have two funds, affordable.
Yes.
And you've given us no targets for any of these funds. No house building target. That's what it feels like. You know, London's looking in and saying, well, where is this target?
I'm in danger of repeating myself, but we have the 79,000. That's the total for the next 5 years. Once we've concluded the allocations process for the first bidding round of the new Affordable Homes Programme, then we'll be in a position to set out the profile for the next annually for the next few years. It's not possible to do at this stage because we're still in the process of finalising the allocations.
But can you understand that we are sat here, London, waiting for these targets? You have all these technical reasons why you haven't delivered it. You haven't even been able to give us an ambition. It's hard to believe that these homes are going to be delivered if you don't even have an ambition, some kind of ballpark. Surely you should be able to say to us, this is what we're aiming at.
But I've given you the ambition, which is 79,000. It's just going to take a little while longer before we can set it. I don't want to sit here and just stick my finger in the air and reel off a number. We want to make sure that the figures that we give to the Assembly are strong, accurate figures based on the evidence that we have. So, I appreciate that might be frustrating at the moment, but it's just going to take a little while longer while we finalise this programme. I mean, an awful lot of work is going into this at the moment. We had a very strong first bidding round. And as I say, we're currently with MHCLG, and we anticipate that later in the year we'll be able to set out the sort of annual profiles.
Okay, thank you for that. A sort of slightly broader question. What will you change to make sure that the performance over the next 3 years vastly improves on what's happened in the last 5 years? Do you have something?
Well, I sort of don't accept the premise of the question. I mean, I don't know how someone can look at record starts. Set more than 17,000 starts, which is the most since 2002-03, which is when GLA records began.
Sorry, Dr. Mayor.
And to
Tom,
And just
I'm
to
not
say
trying to
that
be
that's-
difficult, but I'm on a time. Let's
Yeah.
accept that you and you don't accept the premise of my question. I accept that. Because of time, I want to push you to say, but what will happen differently? You only have a 3-year period. We all know that. You've already saying to me you don't have a target because of technical difficulties, technical intricacies. What will be different? We are in a housing crisis. Assembly Member Cooper pointed out that increasing costs. So it seems like things may be getting tougher. What will you do differently so that we can get this housing crisis, answered?
Well, I think we're going to build on the success we've had so far. We're going to continue to engage very closely with our housing association and borough partners. A lot of intensive work goes on there. We're going to continue to push for the additional funding that we need to get us closer to where we actually need to be based on the assessment of need. We're going to keep monitoring the market to be alive to any issues or any shocks. We're going to continue the support. We're going to continue to find ways to support particularly our borough partners to build on the great work of building council homes for Londoners to ensure that they are really well placed to deliver. And I think one of the most ambitious and exciting manifesto pledges, but one which is, I must stress, long term, is the establishment of a City Hall developer, which will help to move us into a space where we are moving into direct delivery. I stress that's very long term, but you kind of have to be the first mayor to establish it to get it going.
I accept that, but I think it was a missed opportunity. You had 5 years beforehand where you could have done that. But thank you for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett.
Good morning. I'd like to ask a question to Deputy Mayor Pipe, if I may, about family housing. It seems to me if we're only building or mainly building 1 and 2 bedroom properties, then that's what families will be living in, and they'll be living in overcrowded conditions in those flats. And we've seen particularly over the last year how big a problem that can be. And I think people often imagine they're going to move out of inner London into outer London when they start a family, and they might be surprised to discover that that's also often what's being built there as well. And so my question to the Mayor, or Deputy Mayor really, is what's he doing to encourage boroughs to build family-sized housing that we need, particularly in outer London?
I'd like to thank the Assembly member for the question. Well, the plan is quite clear that the focus of any requirement to build family housing is best focused on affordable housing, and the plan is clear that boroughs can and should set family-sized units targets in their local plans, and can require that of specific developments.
So it's
and
entirely
the plan supports them in taking that approach.
But that sounds a bit like you're saying boroughs can if they want, but are you doing anything to encourage them to do it? And if they decide not to, would you just allow that to happen?
I think because the leverage on what is built is effectively channeled through housing crime. I mean, the Deputy Mayor for Housing, Tom's already fielded a great many of the questions this morning, but really, unfortunately, I feel probably that one also is one for Tom as to the housing mix. As I say, the plan facilitates and supports it, but I think the leverage of the actual mix would be achieved through other means than planning. I mean, we have obviously that there's a certain degree of expectation between both the borough and local policies. But that's usually in terms of mix of tenures. Bedroom mix would be something that would be set locally because the boroughs know what their local requirements are, and the plan encourages them to establish what those needs are and to respond to those needs through their requirements on individual developments. So a combination of their local knowledge, their requirements, and also the affordable housing regime applied from City Hall combined would dictate, well, not dictate, would define what the bedroom mix ends up as.
But I think this is something that could be done through the London housing strategy. So I wonder, when is there an intention to produce a new one, and could that include some encouragement to produce more family-sized properties?
Sorry, is that a question? It was how the London housing strategy isn't really my area.
Sorry, is that...
Well, we've not got any plans to update the housing strategy at the moment. To answer your question though about family-sized housing, I mean, let's start by looking at the actual numbers. And if you look at the data, the latest London Plan data on new social rent homes which have been completed, the number that are family size, i.e. 3-bed plus, has increased from 34% in 2015-16 to 41% in 2018-19. So we are actually seeing an increase in the number of homes for social rent being delivered in London that are family sized. I think that the fact that the London Plan requires boroughs to set their own size mixes is very important. And I do think in our new affordable homes programme, the fact that we can we have a bit more, we're moving away from negotiated from fixed tariffs to negotiated grant rates, probably gives us more scope to fund larger homes. Of course, if we're larger homes cost more to fund, which I don't want to keep coming back to the need for more government funding, but it's simply the case. The more funding that we've got, the more we have to spend, the more we could put into larger homes.
Thanks. Actually, Tom, I was going to ask another question. So at last week's Budget and Performance Committee, I asked about the new City Hall developer, which I think you mentioned in your opening remarks. And nobody seemed to know how many houses it might build. It might build, or what this budget might be, or when it might start or conclude, or even what its name might be. And you're nodding enthusiastically. And so does that mean that we have some answers to those questions?
So we're sort of at the very early stages of scoping this out at the moment. As I said to Assembly Member Bailey, you kind of have to be the first mayor to do this. And if you're the first mayor to do this, a lot of the time is going to be spent getting it off the ground. Our team, my team, are currently scoping up how this would work, what sort of funding would be required. Haven't asked the question what it might be called yet, but it's an important point. That work is ongoing, and we will be able to update the Assembly on that as this progresses. But I do stress this is something that's very ambitious, and it's for the long term, but I think it could be a very important long-term legacy for this administration.
Okay, I mean, I suppose you haven't really added anything that I learned last week, so I suppose the answer is no, we still don't know, and we don't know when we might know. Just on that point, you'll be aware of Brick by Brick in Croydon, which gained a reputation for being extremely aggressive about its sites, not being very attentive to concerns about residents, and being, frankly, both financially and operationally incompetent. So I suppose the obvious question is, what's your plan to avoid following that path?
Well, I think that like any sort of part of local government or any sort of council-owned housing company, of which Brick by Brick, of course, is one of many. I mean, there are a lot of councils that have council-owned housing companies that have not had the issues of Brick by Brick. But it's down to governance, and I have absolutely no doubt that the Assembly, for a start, would be paying close attention. But also, we would have, on our side, governance structures to ensure that something like that couldn't happen. But I do stress, Brick by Brick is one of many. There are many other council-owned housing companies. I mean, Be First in Barking and Dagenham, a shining example, doing fantastic delivery. That haven't had the issues that Brick by Brick had. So I don't think we should be complacent, but I think this is one isolated case, and we would have to make sure, and we would get the governance arrangements correct.
I think my colleagues in Croydon would say that they asked lots of questions in the council and didn't get very good answers. So is that a commitment from you to give us really good...
It's to go the way of brick by brick.
Thanks.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to put my question to Daniel Bridge, the Programme Director for the Royal Docks team. And my question is, City Airport sits in the heart of the Royal Docks Enterprise Zone. And what impact is it having on the health of people already living in the area? And are you doing any work to address this?
Hi, thanks for that question. So I think clearly the airport does sit in the middle of the docks and is at the heart of a very significantly changing area. Every planning application that we support or submit and comes in is subject to an environmental impact assessment. And we work very closely with our development partners and the airport to make sure that all the appropriate mitigations are put in place. So I believe we are doing everything that we can, and I think it's interesting to note that there's a number of very quickly developing residential developments in very close proximity to the airport that have been very successful, and residents that moved there very much enjoying the spaces that they live in and the places they live in, and some quite interesting mitigation measures, winter gardens and balconies work pretty well. So yes, I think we are.
Thank you. In the last term as Environment Chair, I did a lot of work on behalf of Londoners whose lives are blighted by aircraft noise. And I'm also concerned about residents suffering also from air pollution and noise pollution as well, and the way that this actually impacts on their physical and mental health. Now, given that the airport also contributes up to 15% of the NOx in the local area, and this may well increase if City Airport eventually uses its expanded capacity, wouldn't the whole area, and particularly the air quality, be improved if the airport had never been built?
Well, I think it's very interesting to think about what might have happened if the airport hadn't been built. But we are living with a situation where the airport is there, and it's difficult for us to do anything about that as we sit. So I think it's a hypothetical question, isn't it, that we could all consider, and I think it's there and it's really important. And I know that the work that we're doing with the London Plan team, with the current opportunity area planning framework, we're working very closely with the airport as a partner on their strategy for reducing their emissions and becoming a carbon-free organisation.
I am going to have to interrupt you because I'm up against the clock, but it doesn't feel very hypothetical to the residents, and it won't be for us in this assembly when we are actually based at the Crystal. Thank you. I've got no further questions today.
Thanks.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. My question is also for Daniel Bridge, Programme Director of Royal Docks team. Morning again, Daniel. I'm speaking to you from the chamber at City Hall, which is on one of the more notorious private public spaces, which is more London, and we're shortly going to be moving towards the Crystal. And my first question is, who actually owns the land that the Crystal is on? Is it one of the GLA's pocket strategic development sites? Is it owned by the developer Advanced Business Park, or is it someone else entirely?
So the Crystal and the land that the Crystal sits on is owned by GLAP, the GLA Land Property Company.
Okay, and so is that public space, or is this yet more private public space?
Well, I guess it's owned by the GLA, so it's owned by the public sector, and all of that space is publicly accessible and open. And we've recently invested quite significantly to improve that public space, and it's used regularly by the local community, and we actually put events on in that space as well.
Really good to hear about that engagement with the community. What I'm really interested in is how do you govern that space? Because we have a problem in London with these spaces that have both that public engagement, but also are owned by a private developer and the GLA, so there's that kind of hybrid model. There's this problem with seemingly arbitrary rules about nuisances or photography, or sometimes much more serious issues about invasions of privacy and security. So my question is, what policies are you putting in place to keep the public protected, safe, so this space remains free, open and available?
So it's an issue that's very, very relevant in the Royal Docks for some of the reasons that you've set out. Clearly, there's some very large development sites out there that have been delivered in various ways over time, and there's different authorities with different responsibilities and access for the maintenance and management of that space. It's something that we've looked at very carefully since the Royal Docks team was established in 2018, and we've worked very closely with all the partners to try and get a regime in place that respects lots of the things that you've talked about. One of the things that we've done fairly recently is to establish a public spaces working group, which has got very many representatives of the local community to think about how we manage that space and, importantly, how we guide investment in public realm. So at the moment, since 2018, a significant part of the delivery plan for the Royal Docks team has been to significantly improve a number of those bits of public spaces that are in GLA control, and we're very, very keen to work with that group, and we are working very closely with that group. There was a tour only yesterday with them to make sure that they're being delivered in a way that meets their needs.
That's really good to hear that you're live to that issue. How transparent is that group? So where are the policies? Are they published online and accessible, for instance?
So yeah, so there's a terms of reference. We have a community engagement strategy that's also on the Royal Docks team website, and very, very happy to share that with you.
Fantastic, that would be great. Can I ask you on similar lines about facial recognition, particularly from private CCTV cameras? Do you have policy around that?
Yeah, so I don't think we have a specific policy around facial recognition, and I think that's one of the things that we could certainly look at. Where we're obviously working very closely with the GLA security team in specific relation to the area immediately around the Crystal. I think CCTV is not an issue that's been raised as a particular issue within the local community, and I think probably, perversely, there's very often demands from community for additional CCTV. I think it's fair to say I don't think there's a huge amount around the Royal Docks estate. There is some, but I don't think there's a huge amount. And I think that is certainly an issue that we can look at, and we can use the public spaces working group to consider community's views on that.
That's really good to hear. I would stress that often these issues don't immediately come up in the local community because they might not be aware of them until it's too late. When you say you'll look at it, can I just push you specifically what you'll do to make sure then particular things like biometric data aren't kept or stored privately by private companies?
Well, I can certainly go away and look at it and look at what our remit is to be able to do that. I mean, I'd be very surprised I would have thought that would have been a breach of GDPR regulations, but I can certainly go away and check that any of the CCTV systems that are in operation that the GLA have any involvement in on doing that.
Thank you, Daniel. And finally, just very briefly, I've been speaking to the Ramblers. Will you put in some wayfinding signs, for example, signs from Thamesbarrow Park to the Capitol Ring?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are investing quite heavily in signage and the London signage network. So we've already, the London Legible network, we've been investing in and have introduced a number of signs over the last couple of years.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm on the clock, but I appreciate your commitment to that.
On looking at a signage strategy to get people to New City Hall and access to the New City Hall.
Sorry, Daniel, it's difficult. We're not in the same room, but I'm on the clock, so I have to stop you there. Thank you very much for your commitment. And no further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
First question is to Deputy Mayor Copley. How can Londoners be better served by the current system of temporary accommodation?
Thank you very much for that question, Assembly Member Clark. I mean, it is appalling how many Londoners now are being housed in temporary accommodation, and in all too many cases now, it's not even that temporary anymore. I've been on a couple of occasions to recently to see some of the new housing that's been funded, so council housing that's been funded through our programmes, and meet residents. And I remember one of the residents we met, she'd been in temporary accommodation for 10 years before that home was built, and it was the first time in many years that her children had their own room. So I think the biggest thing and the most important thing that we can do is to deliver more and more council housing and social housing more broadly to ensure that there's adequate supply. There are other ways in which the Mayor is acting to support people who are living in temporary accommodation. and mainly through his support that he's given to Capital Letters, which is this London Council's umbrella programme, which seeks to reduce councils' reliance on nightly paid accommodation, which is, of course, the most expensive and often very poor quality most expensive for the councils, very poor quality for residents. But we can't ignore the fact that one of the reasons, beyond simply the lack of the supply of social housing, is restrictions imposed by the government on welfare and on benefits. We simply can't ignore that. Many people are finding themselves homeless because of these caps, whether it be LHA caps or whether it be the total benefit cap. And I think we need some movement from the government on that, particularly in London, where people are often living in very expensive private rented accommodation. So it is something that it's very important, and the Mayor does seek to work with London boroughs in order to assist them with this.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is for Ricardo Hyatt. Ricardo, you may be aware that the London Labour Housing Group recently published data on temporary accommodation, showing that 1 in 4 Londoners in temporary accommodation are housed outside of their local area, some up to 200 miles away. What can you do to ensure that there are adequate levels of good quality temporary accommodation in or close to London?
Thank you for that question, Assembly Member Clark. Generally, what we try to do is, in our engagement with housing providers and with councils, through our investment and influence, to try to improve standards altogether. I think some of the challenges that tenants and leaseholders are facing around quality generally that were raised earlier in this session were quite prominent, and though they may be few and far between in some cases, those who are affected are at the sharp end of some of the issues. So I think certainly, as I said, through our investment and influence, we try to raise standards generally. On the specific question around temporary housing, we are constantly looking at ways, again, that we can channel our investment towards temporary housing, high quality temporary housing. But given the nature of our programs, it's quite challenging for us to do that. We haven't got a sector or an ecosystem set up to deliver temporary housing, high quality temporary housing, the way it should be. Tom talked about Capital Letters, and we're fully supportive of that venture. But we're very open to talking to partners, talking to local authorities and local communities to try and find these innovative solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. And Tom Copley, back to you. Just a quick one, because I'm running out of time. Should the government increase local housing allowance, which has failed to keep pace with the rising cost of rent after being frozen for 4 of the last 5 years?
Yes, absolutely, but not just that, because even if LHA caps are raised, people still get caught by the total benefit cap in London. So many thousands of Londoners would be no better off. So we need a much more holistic approach, one that encompasses welfare and action from the government, but also we can't get away from the fact that we need that additional social housing to be funded by the government as well, to make sure that we're not relying on the expensive private rented sector.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Chairman, good morning. My question is to Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe. It's regarding building safety. Now, for many of us, particularly the victims' families, Grenfell Tower is scarred into our memories, and the pursuit for justice continues. The Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 1 report found that, in the context of national regulations, there was compelling evidence, and I quote, that the external walls of the building failed to comply with requirement B41 of Schedule 1 to the Building Regulations 2010, in that they did not adequately resist the spread of the fire, having regard to the height, use and position of the building. On the contrary, they actively promoted it. So my question to you, Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe, is how will the implementation of the London Plan tighten building and safety regulations and protect Londoners from another building safety tragedy?
I'd like to thank the Assembly Member for the question. Actually, I think the quote that you read out there goes to the heart of why we took action in the plan, that some of these some of these threats have been baked in right from the beginning when buildings are designed, and so that's why fire safety was put as a top priority in the plan. And for the first time ever, a London plan includes a dedicated policy on fire safety, D12. Prior to this, fire safety was always seen as something as a matter for building control, which often really the involvement of building control comes way down the line in the construction process. So D12 requires development proposals to achieve the absolute highest standards of fire safety, and that fire safety is considered right at the start of the design process for all development proposals. Whatever the size of building, obviously including tall buildings, rather than considered later, or indeed not at all. And so the policy requires that suitable outside space is present for fire appliances and for evacuation. It addresses internal safety measures, things like widths of stairs. It requires that the building should be constructed in ways that minimise risk of fire spread. I mean, that seems quite obvious, but it clearly hasn't been a tenet that's been adhered to previously. So that's why we wanted to put it front and centre of the plan. And also providing means of escape and also evacuation that is dignified as well for people, because often in the past buildings coming and going from buildings has always been seen in terms of access into buildings, whereas actually the egress, particularly in emergency, isn't something that has been addressed prior to the plan, whereas so we're now requiring, for example, fire evacuation lifts. Previously, fire lifts have only ever been provided for the use of fire brigade personnel during a fire, and specifically not there to provide for evacuation. And we have sought to change that. Crucially, major developments have got to provide a fire statement. It's got to be produced by a suitably qualified third-party professional. And that statement has got to demonstrate how development meets the requirements of policy D12. And as for the future, we're going to be bringing out later in this year, we'll be consulting on guidance on exactly how those fire statements should be developed, and how people think that the policy requirements should be and can be met.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe. I appreciate you drawing our attention to policy D12. And just to finish up with my final follow-up, which is still on the topic of Grenfell. So many of the projects used at Grenfell are still on sale. Evidence currently being submitted to the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 suggests that companies including Celotex, Kingspan and Renabond found ways to sell products which they knew to be combustible as safe. Now, have changes to national regulations done enough to close the loopholes that allowed combustible materials to be used on thousands of buildings across London? Do you think they're tight enough to ensure that we don't have another building safety tragedy?
No, I don't think they are at all tight enough. I think we need a wholesale review. I mean, there have been, over the last, since the Grenfell tragedy, there have been a number of attempts to talk about the revision and proposals to revise building regulations, but I don't think they go anywhere near far enough to where we need to get to.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Deputy Mayor Pipe. Jules, how will the new London plan and its supplementary planning guidance help to deliver on your promises to Londoners?
Well, just generally across the board?
Just very succinctly, how will it help you to deliver your promises? Yes, across the board.
Well, I mean, the London plan and the guidance we've produced to date and forthcoming guidance, I think covers, all the important aspects that we would like to see to produce good growth. whether that's in housing, whether that's through the environment and healthy streets, whether it's the support for economic development and job creation, recognising the importance, as I alluded to earlier, about the importance of industrial and business space. It addresses as well, crucially, it addresses strategic pan-London issues that local plans can't really be expected to address, such as provision for waste sites, protection of wharves, the importance of the River Thames and maintaining access to that and its uses. So there are numerous sort of pan-London aspects as well that only the London plan
let me just ask you one more specific question. You submitted, well, the Mayor submitted to the Secretary of State the London plan, the intent to publish in December 2019, and eventually the Secretary of State approved the London plan in March of this year. What's the impact of the changes which the Secretary of State made on your ability to deliver on the promise of London?
In the end, I'm glad that the impact of the Secretary of State's changes have been quite minimal. I mean, one of the ones that I was most concerned about was the change to industrial land, and that they would be perfectly happy to see actively used industrial land changed to residential development. But I was pleased that eventually the bar is set quite high on that, and that for people, for boroughs to be proposing de-designation of industrial land, they would practically have to be on the verge of building on Greenbelt, Virgin Greenbelt. So that is mercifully quite a high bar when we consider the huge demand that we actually have for industrial land to make, and industrial land supports a lot of vital functions that are required in London.
And finally, Jules, are you concerned about the potential impact of the government's planning bill on the London plan, particularly in relation to the issue of community consultation?
Yeah, I would have actually gone on to say that actually far worse than anything of the minor changes that were made to the plan, I think far worse are the proposals that we have seen, and also the elements have already been implemented, such as Use Class E, which amalgamates many other smaller use classes together in one large one. And whilst I and the GLA, the Mayor, would have certainly supported more tolerance in what one could do within a use class, if a bike shop wanted to sell coffee, we shouldn't start getting into a state about the fact that it's A1 retail, not A3 cafe use. However, creating the Class E and just clutching everything together, I think is a sledgehammer to crack a relatively small nut, and takes away that ability for local authorities to curate a proper high street mix, or whether it's a local authority or whether it's a bid. And really now it's only when you have large landowners who have perhaps a whole kind of whole town centre or a shopping centre who now have the ability to create thriving and lively high streets. So the PDR rights to housing is a threat as well. And also, to answer your final point of your question about community consultation, again, the plans just to divvy up the country into 3 types of planning area, and which what anyone would like to see or not see, all has to be done at the plan making stage, and removes any consultation really on any plans that are deemed to fall within the parameters of those 3 types of area. Is not a recipe for good consultation.
Thank you, Jules. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe.
As we know, London is the engine of the UK economy and accounts for almost a quarter of the country's economic output. The coming years are going to be dominated by how London responds to the pandemic and the damage it has caused the city, which is why the Mayor's manifesto focused on the recovery needs of the city and talked about jobs, jobs, jobs. Deputy Mayor, what do we need from the planning system to support the Mayor's aims of protecting jobs as our city recovers from COVID-19?
Thank you, Assembly Member. Yeah, that's a really good question about how we can engage actively in supporting the economy and good growth. I mean, the plan does support the whole of London, but a lot of focus obviously recently has been on the future of the Central Activities Zone and Canary Wharf. And the plan very much supports those areas to remain as one of the world's most attractive and competitive business locations. Recognise its international role as well for a centre for culture and nighttime economy, tourism, shopping, tourism for heritage purposes. So the plan recognises that, has policies to help ensure the right balance continues to be struck as well. Between the strategic functions of the Central Activity Zone, between its sort of business locations, government functions, culture, tourism, leisure, and the balance between new residential development, which is obviously always there's always pressure to produce it in the Central Activity Zone. The plan also supports,
thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm also
crucially
on the
outside
clock.
of the
If we could
centre,
just
there's
move on.
also
You
the town
talked about
centres and high streets.
Deputy Mayor, sorry, if we could, you mentioned the Central Activity Zone. Sorry to interrupt, I am on the clock as well. What preliminary work and analysis are you carrying out to ensure that London can meet any future demand and changes whilst ensuring London's economy thrives, in particular response to the Central Activity Zone issue?
Yeah, there's a great deal of work that is happening both on planning and also the high streets work that we're undertaking. An awful lot of data is being accumulated through whether it's sort of MasterCard spend data or there's the I think it's Google data on how high streets are being used. It's analysis of camera activity and presence on high streets. There's a high street health check sort of data stream that we're creating to monitor that activity London-wide. I could let the Assembly Member have a whole kind of sheaf of activity that we're undertaking on that to inform sort of high street
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
usage.
Thank you. I'll look forward to that from your office.
Similarly on Central Activities Zone
Deputy Mayor,
and also industrial locations.
Deputy Mayor,
all these things are being tightly monitored. And of course, because of the introduction of the our new approach to collecting development data in London, we're able now for the first time to have a much tighter handle on what is actually going on and the changes being made than we were previously.
Apologies to the member. The guests on Zoom can't easily hear us over when they're speaking.
Do you want me to shout louder?
Always.
Sorry, was there intervention? I apologise, I didn't hear it this end.
No, exactly, and I apologise. It's not the best thing, Zoom meetings.
I'm just aware of my time. Do I get any seconds back?
I'm afraid not.
Okay. I still have a question to ask. Despite the action that you're taking, is there a risk that the government's proposed changes to permitted development rights could threaten the good work undertaken at City Hall and lead to the loss of retail properties in our high streets? Briefly, please, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, as I said to Dr. Sahota's question earlier, everyone seems uniformly against these permitted development rights. Developers aren't in favour of them either because it upsets, as I say, that ability to curate an attractive mix on high streets. We risk having dead frontages and a kind of a broken teeth kind of presentation of high streets where there could be dead frontages mixed amongst struggling retail frontages.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to address my questions to Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe as well. Good morning, Jules. The Mayor has stated that through his strengthening of the planning process in London, that London is already ahead of national building standards in the amount of carbon saved when constructing new homes. And obviously that was one of the points that Deputy Mayor Tom Copley referred to when he was talking about overall housing supply. However, what I would like to know is whether or not that strengthening of the London plan and the planning process is on its own enough to help London's housing meet the Mayor's target to be carbon neutral by 2030, and if it isn't, what more needs to be done and what are the milestones that would help us achieve this?
Well, I hate to come back to a familiar refrain, but funding is going to be crucial to help achieve this. I mean, more than 60% of the housing built really ought to be affordable housing. We need to subsidise that affordable housing. The way that we fund it is thinly spread to enable some of the affordable housing to also contribute to the reductions in emissions as far as we would like to see it happen. It's always going to be a struggle to fund the capital works, although it will save money in the long term. It's not saved to the affordable housing budget. So the costs will fall to the affordable housing budget to ensure that these new homes do conform to the highest standards that we are setting in the London plan. Also, I think it's crucial that we recognise the threat that there is in the changes to the planning regime in the country that could take away London's rights to be able to set these higher standards in a move to have more uniform national standards. London has regularly been at the forefront of setting forward-thinking standards that are later nationally adopted, but it would be a retrograde step if we had to kind of conform to a lowest common denominator.
Well, thank you very much for that, and that would be extremely concerning. As I think I've said to you many times before, I would be very keen to see the return of the National Code for Sustainable Homes so that we could actually see real progress being made everywhere. I just want to ask you about two things, and I'm going to roll them up into one question and then ask you to answer the two sections. One is about the National Retrofit Centre of Excellence, which is backed by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. I believe that does have some funding. I wondered if you could tell us how long is the funding in place for the National Retrofit Centre of Excellence? Is it possible that the funding will be renewed? Because obviously retrofit and improving our performance there is absolutely critical in terms of becoming carbon neutral by 2030. Could it become self-funding? How would we achieve that? And the other thing I wanted to ask you about is jobs and your other part of your brief. The new innovation partnership estimates that it could create 150,000 jobs over a decade. How ambitious is this target? And with the right funding, could even more jobs in the sector be created? So those two areas. Thanks very much.
Yeah. On the issue of green jobs, I mean, it's certainly something the Mayor is supporting through his skills programme and through the adult education budget and skill and green jobs, which is a bit of a catch-all, but I'm sure the people in this conversation today are aware of the kind of things that will cover. We are directing funding towards that. Obviously, it's relatively small amounts of funding in the hope that it leverages larger funding from elsewhere, but that's the nature of our role and the pot of money that we have. Could more be done? Yes, I'm sure it could with more funding, but we would need to obtain that funding. I'm afraid the national retrofit scheme is something that's outside of my area of knowledge. I don't know whether there's anyone else on this on the panel that has greater knowledge than I. It might be something for the Deputy Mayor for Environment, or I could arrange a response to the Assembly Member on that question.
I can see the Deputy Mayor for Housing is nodding at me and is actually taking off his mask. He looks like he's very keen to answer.
No. I was just going to say this is very much Shirley, and I'm aware that she is coming to the Housing Committee soon, I think, to talk about
I believe she will be, but
so I would not be able to do it justice. I'll leave it to Shirley.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my questions.
Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to Deputy Mayor Tom Copley. Returning to the subject of the City Hall developer, I do appreciate that you've said at very early stages of planning, but I think it would be really good for us to hear what you think the creation of a City Hall developer could achieve.
Thanks very much, Assembly Member Baker. To stress again, as I said before, this is something which I think could achieve quite a bit over the longer term. So there's going to be a lot of, certainly the initial stage of this is going to be in the establishing it, making sure we have good governance, as I was saying earlier, and sort of fleshing out exactly what form this would take. But if you go back, to the days of the GLC was delivering thousands of homes a year. It started in a very different place, I should stress, because it inherited a large number of homes from the former London County Council. So it was in quite a different position from where we are today. But I think we should be, over the long term, ambitious about what a more interventionist approach from City Hall could achieve. And City Hall's approach has been getting much more interventionist, particularly under this mayor, with things like the establishment of the land funds, which we are aiming to establish, to expand, which is a manifesto commitment. Much more interventions on that front. And, if you look at schemes like St Anne's Hospital site in Haringey, which was, of course, purchased through the Mayor's Land Fund, and where our team in housing and land have worked very, very closely in terms of procuring a development partner, worked very, very closely with the council, ensuring there's going to be things like a community land trust. I think that shows how much the sort of role that City Hall has been taking has been growing, and I do think this is sort of the next logical step. I think that the important part of the puzzle here is going to be this other manifesto commitment, which is the independent review of sort of housing and delivery across the GLA group, because of course there are many, there are several parts of the GLA family that are involved in housing delivery. And I think the review and the outcomes of that review will play an important role in shaping how this City Hall developer could look.
Thanks. And to follow that up, again, with the caveat that's very early stage, do you have estimates about the number of additional homes that a City Hall developer could generate?
No, I mean not at this stage. No, and as I say, the initial stages will be very focused on getting this up and running. It's going to be a pilot initially, of course, so that we can assess the effectiveness and to make sure that this is something that it is indeed worthwhile for us to be doing. Although I believe it is. So I am really conscious that I'm not giving a huge amount away at the moment, but. I'm very excited by this, and I look forward to sharing more information as it becomes available.
And one more thing on the City Hall developer, again with the same caveat. But the Mayor is able to ensure good quality homes via the London Plan, the Good Quality Homes for All Londoners Supplementary Planning Guidance, lovely snappy title, and the funding guidance in the Affordable Homes Programme. How would you see the City Hall developer relating to those standards? Just meeting them, or would we be aiming to exceed them?
I think it would be unthinkable that it wouldn't, at the very least, meet the standards in the London Plan. And as you know, this is something that we've incorporated now into the Affordable Homes Programme. So we expect it of our partners. We would, of course, expect it of ourselves. And, you know, I think one of the advantages of having that direct sort of master developer role is that you can look at potentially ways that you can not just meet your own standards, but perhaps look at ways of exceeding them in certain areas as well. So, you know, there's some quite exciting opportunities there.
Thanks. That's it.
Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Panel. My question is to Roll Docs Program Director Daniel Bridge. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, Daniel. Good morning, Daniel.
Hello.
Sorry. Yeah. How will developments at the Roll Docks bring opportunities for London?
So, I mean, I think that the Royal Docks is really, obviously, as London's only enterprise zone, a really important project for London, not just for housing delivery, but for economic and jobs delivery. So, we're doing a lot in all of those spaces. We had an original delivery plan that was approved in 2018. We committed to doing a 2-year review on that, which happened last year, and which was very much influenced by the emerging recovery missions that were coming from City Hall and also from Newham, that plan, revised plan, is likely to be endorsed later this year. But I think, as you know, there's a number of very significant city-scale employment generators within the docks, including XL Exhibition Centre, London City Airport, and Tate and Lyle. And alongside that, we're producing up to about 7 million square feet of commercial space over 3 development sites, which have the opportunity to create in excess of 40,000 jobs. So it's a live development project, as you know, on Mesh, and it's going to be a very important contributor in this term to the Mayor's objectives around jobs and housing.
So, of course, one of the developments which I personally welcome and strongly back, as I believe so does the Mayor of London, is the move by Red Strike, who I've been liaising with, to bring Formula One to the Royal Docks. So hopefully some news on that front in due course. So on that note, with such developments, how will you bring visitors to the area? Crossrails, of course, will help, but there are still issues of connectivity. Could an extension of the DLR from Beckton to Barking Riverside and or a new river bridge crossing at Beckton or further out east, both items were on the agenda at one stage, will such developments help?
So I think, yeah, you've raised some really important issues there on Mesh, and I think, as you know, but perhaps lots of people in London don't know, there's already significant committed infrastructure underway, transport infrastructure underway in the Royal Docks, so not least the new Elizabeth Line station at Custom House, Silvertown Tunnel, which is currently underway, but also a significant upgrade to the DLR, which includes new carriages, which will significantly increase the frequency. Part of the enterprise zone delivery plan is contributing towards the upgrade of some of the DLR stations in the area to accommodate the bigger trains and the amount and the greater amount of people that we are looking at. Some of the other things that you've talked about, which is sort of next phases of the development, the extension of the DLR and not least connections under the river to Thamesmead, is something that is very topical at the moment, and is something that's being discussed at highest level, and boards have been established, which I know Jules also sits on. And you know, the work that we're doing with the planning team at City Hall, but also at Newham, in relation to that through the opportunity area planning framework, is properly looking at this and really trying to understand about how we maximise the potential and opportunity of the developments, not only that are underway in the docks, but the sort of next phase of developments which have the possibility to deliver significant homes at Beckton and unlock that DLR extension, which will provide connectivity across to Thamesmead and hopefully enable development at Thamesmead also.
I'm just thinking of developments at Barking Riverside, massive developments, and I'm thinking of a vision of London moving is 10, 15, 20 years from now. So it's in that context that I want to keep the issue of the DLR extension to Barking Riverside from Beckton and a river bridge crossing at Beckton or further out east on the political agenda. So just moving on, how do you see your relationship, Daniel, with the City and Canary Wharf, given the Royal Dock developments? At some stage, Royal Docks was talked about as a third financial district. Will post-COVID changes to our lives affect this in any way?
So I think that the relationship with Canary Wharf is very, very good. And actually, you know, the mixture of uses that we have in the Royal Docks are in some ways quite different to the space that's being created in Canary Wharf. So, you know, I think if you look at some of the developments that we've got planning permission for recently at Albert Island earlier this year, which includes a commercial shipyard and urban logistics, I think the mixture of spaces that we have at the docks and some of the residential development actually is really, really important in supporting the role of Canary Wharf in the city. I think, you know, the other bit which I didn't mention under the transport infrastructure question, but clearly one of the really significant challenges in that part of London is the people's experience of walking and cycling. And I think, you know, the move of City Hall, this is one of the issues that, you know, has been raised as a real priority about how we enhance people's ability to travel by those means. You know, there's significant work underway, again, as part of our delivery plan to address that with some really, really interesting and high quality opportunities to link Canary Wharf to the Royal Docks through really significantly improved transport and walking infrastructure.
And finally, can you provide, Daniel, an update on the latest with Millennium Mills and the ABP project, the Advanced Business Park, particularly the latter, which in 2018, 4th of September 2018, the Evening Standard talked about ADP being the jewel of East London, 20,000 jobs, 8,000 homes, and Mr. Shue talked quite rightly, in my opinion. The East End is the only place where London can expand. Couldn't agree more. But where are we now with ABP in particular, as I said, and Millennium Mills?
So if I start with ABP first, so I think, you know, I think it's not surprising that there's been significant challenges to that scheme because it's a commercial-led scheme, and I think everyone will be well aware about the impacts of the pandemic on demand for office space, at least in the short term. So we're continuing to work very, very closely with ABP to ensure that they occupy the first phase of their development, which has been successfully completed, and to consider whether how we deliver the rest of that scheme and whether there needs to be any changes to the existing consent to meet differing market requirements. I think coming on to Silvertown Quays and Millennium Mills, so some members will be aware that we brought in a new development partner onto that scheme, this combination of partnership between Lend-Lease and Starwood, and they successfully secured planning permission at the end of 2019 for the first detailed planning permission for the first phase of that scheme, which includes the refurbishment of Millennium Mills, just under 1,000 homes, and a new bridge crossing to the new Queen Elizabeth Line station. So we've been progressing this year very detailed negotiations with that partnership and Homes England to bring that site forward. That's subject to a mayoral decision that is currently just working its way through City Hall, and we will expect will be released in the next week or two. So we're working on the assumption at the moment that work will start on that site later this year with the first phase of that development, which is clearly a very significant milestone for the overall enterprise zone project, and a site that's not moved for a very long time. So we're feeling very positive about that at the moment.
So there is some hope for ABP, and we don't have to believe the Canary Wharf live headline of the 3rd of August 20th. Is this 7 years bad luck for ABP at Royal Albert Dock? I'll leave it at that.
Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you. Moving from east to west, my questions are for David Luntz in relation to the Old Oak Park Development Corporation, the OPDC. I'm mindful of the current consultation, which closes on the 5th of July. In relation to the revised plans, how will you ensure that they still deliver for the area and more widely for London?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Yes, Assembly Member, we've spent a considerable amount of time thinking through our revised plans, which, as you say, are currently out for public consultation, which closes in another week or so. We think that in many respects, they're actually an improvement on the former plans that OPDC had. And why do I say that? I say that partly because we're confident that we can, once our modified plan is adopted, continue to deliver the jobs and homes targets that have been set for us in the London plan. We're confident that we have the land available to do that. We think, in fact, that it's possible to deliver those plans on land which is largely owned by the public sector as opposed to the private sector. So we think that those plans are more deliverable. And we also think that by building the majority of the new housing in sites to the west, northwest, southwest of the new high-speed to Old Oak Common interchange, those new residential mixed-use districts will actually relate much better to this enormous, really important new piece of infrastructure that's being built, because the main entrance plaza to the station is actually on the western side rather than the eastern side, which was very much where a lot of our new homes were originally planned to go. So we're very confident that our new plans will relate very well to the needs of both the existing communities in our area and also the very many newcomers that we'll be welcoming over the coming years.
Thank you. And I know it's a tough funding climate. So what plans do you have to secure the funding needed to progress the plans? Will it be through the National Home Building Fund, the Mayor's Land Fund, or a combination or other funding sources?
Yeah, well, again, thank you very much for the question. OPDC is rather good at finding pots of money from various sources, so we won't be shy about bidding wherever we can. We're certainly talking to colleagues in the GLA Housing and Land team at present around the potential for the Mayor's Land Fund to help to support some of our early delivery sites. We've already, in fact, had a very welcome deal from the Land Fund for a mezzanine loan, which has gone to one of our early residential developments, which means that that development can come forward at pace. And I'm pleased as well, it will also enable them to increase their affordable housing level up to 42%, which is really welcome. In terms of the main funding, if you like, the kind of strategic package of funding that we know we're going to need to support major infrastructure to bring these big sites forward, we are in very advanced discussions with government colleagues at MHCLG, colleagues in Homes England and the Department for Transport, who are the principal landowner, with a view to certainly including that bid in a submission to the spending review in the autumn. It's not entirely clear at the moment exactly whether or when the National Home Building Fund will be finally announced by government, but our eyes at the moment are firmly focused, as I say, on the spending review, and that's what government officials have recommended we continue to do.
Thank you, David. And obviously there's a lot of interest today from the Assembly on affordable homes. So in relation to the revisions, what impact do you feel that the revisions will have on the affordable homes that you're able to deliver?
Well, again, our planning policy at the moment requires a minimum target of 35% affordable housing across our area, with a strategic target of 50%. I'm pleased to say that on current performance, the planning consents that have been granted are around 39% affordable housing, so we're certainly above the base level. The opportunities perhaps to push the affordable housing levels closer to our strategic target, I think probably do become easier if the majority of our early to mid-range development sites are in public sector hands. And as I say, our new proposals focus very much on land that's currently occupied and owned by the Department for Transport, by Network Rail and by High Speed 2. So as those sites come forward for development, we would certainly be pressing quite hard to see that affordable housing levels are much closer to our 50% target rather than our 35% baseline. And because it's public land, that's easier, I think, to pursue both in terms of London plan policy, but also in terms of the hard economics, because public land can obviously be discounted to deliver a range of public benefits.
Thank you. No further questions, but looking forward to working with you to improve the area for Brent residents in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Best.
I'm just going to circle back to overcrowding, which in part we know is due to the lack of family housing of all tenure. My first question is for Deputy Mayor Tom Copley. And just quite simply in a yes or no, I'd appreciate, do you think that we need a family housing target in the London housing strategy?
I think what's important when it comes to ensuring that we have enough housing for the families that are most in need is making sure that boroughs are setting their own targets, which is required by the London Plan for social housing.
Do you think we should have a target?
I don't. I think that what's important is what is actually being delivered. And if you look at what happened over the last few years, we've gone from 34% family homes, social rent homes being family size, up to 41% in 2018-19. I think it's important that boroughs set size mixes as they are required now to do by the new London Plan.
Just to interject again, do you think we should have a target in the London housing strategy for families?
I don't think at this stage there is a need for one, no.
Okay, I just find that quite interesting because back in 2013 you asked a series of questions to the then Mayor which focused on family housing targets, and you seem to think they were very important. The only thing I can see that's changed from there is those deliverables now lie with a Labour Mayor and not the Conservative Mayor. But I would cycle you back to the completion dates and completion rates, and what we've seen is in 2018-2019, after the housing target dropped off, the amount of family homes approved dropped from 21% to 16%. So do you think putting a target back on could unlock our planning department to allow for more family housing in London?
Well, I think the crucial thing for family housing, particularly when it comes to affordable housing, is the funding available there for it. And as I said in response to, I think perhaps the Assemblymember Devonish's question, the more funding we have, the more family housing we can fund, because as we know, it costs more to build a family-sized home. But I circle back to the evidence we got from the London Plan annual monitoring reports, which show a steady increase under this mayor, which suggests to me that the policies that the mayor has put in place are delivering an increase in the number of family-sized social rented homes that are being delivered in London.
We know that family housing, as I say, is needed in all tenures to avoid overcrowding. So that's why it's not so much a steady increase as a rapid decrease that I think is more worrying. But moving on to my second and final question is, last year the Health Committee recommended that housing policies should be reviewed to ensure they match up with health policies. Last week in our Health Committee, Vicky Hobart, the head of GLA Health, said that she hadn't been involved in any review. Why has this not happened, and when will it happen?
Sorry, a review of
housing policies to make sure they match up with health policies.
Well, I think we've got the Mayor's health and equality strategy, we've got the Mayor's housing strategy, and we are sort of constantly considering whether or not policies need to change in light of changing circumstances, and particularly I think in light of the pandemic. What I think is fortunate is that although it was delayed in terms of being published because it sat with the Secretary of State for so long, in many ways the new policies in the London Plan got out ahead in terms of the need to react to the pandemic with ensuring we've got that we've got very strong design standards for new homes in London. So it was unfortunate that it took so long for it to be published by the Secretary of State. But I think a lot of the responses, the policy responses to COVID-19 in terms of planning were already in train through policies in the London Plan.
Shall I bring it back to the question? So the Health Committee recommended that that the housing and health policies should have a review to see if they match up, and that should involve the head of health. Will you commit to meeting with the head of health, Vicky Hobart, to see how our housing policy links up with our health?
I see. Yes, I'm very happy to do that. And I should say as well, particularly on the health and homelessness front, I met very recently with the Mayor's health advisor, Tom Coffey, to discuss the interaction and the importance of being joined up on homelessness and health. I'm pleased to say that joined up work has grown and been strengthened during the pandemic. But yes, sorry, I think I misinterpreted your question.
Sorry, no.
I'm very happy to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing about the progress on the Health Committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Back to the Deputy Mayor, Tom.
Hello.
Just coming back to the discussion you had with Assembly Member Bailey on the 2021 to 26 housing grants and the allocations and profiles for it.
Mm-hmm.
You kept saying it was coming in the autumn, and I think we know that in the public sector, autumn runs from September to the end of December. So will it be closer to September or December when we get that profile? Presumably in time for the budget.
To be honest, it's really hard to make a firm commitment because it might sound simple setting a target, but there's an awful lot of work that has to go on in the background to look at,
Well, it wants to be based on something.
Looking across, all our providers, risk assessing their programs. And so it's difficult for me to sort of say, affirm that. I hope it will be closer to September, but I don't want to make a commitment that I don't necessarily think that we can stick to.
No problem. The Housing Committee will be scrutinising you in
I have
the
no
earlier
doubt.
part of
I
that
wouldn't
period.
expect-
And
I wouldn't expect anything less.
The sooner the better.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for coming down and visiting the SHC unit at Westminster Abbey yesterday. Sorry I couldn't be there, I was at a transport meeting. One of the questions I'd like to ask you about that unit, you obviously visited the unit, went into it, you'll probably tell me what you felt about it. But one of the issues we have is because it's designed to fit on the back of a low loader without a police escort, it does fall just shy of the Mayor's space standards. This doesn't seem to be a problem to a number of the LAs, but it is a problem for us when we're trying to get grants from the government via the GLA. There's no criticism, but would you, Deputy Mayor, consider changing that particular criteria for move on or meanwhile housing?
So thank you for that. That's a really good question. Thank you, Assembly Member Prince, and also thank you for the work that you've been doing on this. And I know you came to me, I think, back in September with Hill Group and the Salvation Army about this particular scheme, and it was really great to visit it. In terms of the space standards, we actually are funding some of these units through our rough sleeping accommodation programme. And just to be very clear, we wouldn't usually fund anything that is beneath the minimum space standards. However, because this is temporary move-on accommodation for single people, it is, I think, right to be able to make an exception for that. So in that sort of very specific circumstance, I am content for us to fund it in a way that I would not be content for us to fund any long-term accommodation that was beneath the minimum space standards. It was really good to visit. I think it's a very neat idea. As I say, I'm pleased that we are funding some of this already with a scheme through the rough sleeping accommodation programme in Haringey, and I'm looking forward to further discussions with Hill Group, and I know a number of other community organisations who are keen to see this system, this type of housing built temporarily for homeless people in their communities as well.
So, I mean, more specifically for rough sleepers, but can I therefore just get your assurance that if we are able to put bids in to the GLA for funding and for the wraparound support that these units need, that we will be allowed to bid for these units?
Yes,
because it has been a problem in other areas.
As I understand it, I mean, as I say, we've already provided funding through the rough sleeping accommodation programme for a scheme in Haringey, and I think, as I say, in the specific circumstances and the specific need that this type of housing is meeting, yes, I'm content for us to fund it. And thank you again for your work on this.
No, I'm very grateful to you, Deputy Mayor. Could you also, and I don't expect to answer this question now necessarily, but in relation to when someone finds a rough sleeper sleeping rough in the rain in a park, how long do you think it should be before that person is picked up?
Well, the Mayor, of course, has his No Second Night Out programme, which, I mean, the idea would be that we ensure that people, the hope is that we ensure that people are picked up by an outreach team as soon as they are found, and helped into the form of move-on accommodation that is most appropriate to them and dependent on their needs.
Okay, well, again, I'd like to work with you on this, Deputy Mayor, but are you aware that that doesn't actually happen? First of all, this mayor did commit to a no night out, which I would absolutely support. I'm not criticising him. But I had an instance the other day, after 2 hours of phoning around, the only commitment I could get from any of the providers was that an outreach worker would at some time in the future, not that day, not the following day, would actually go and visit that young person who was laying out in the rain, freezing cold, in a park. Would you work with me to try and sort this out, Mr. Deputy?
Of course, I'm very happy to work with you on this, Assembly Member Prince. And I think the outreach teams that our partners provide do really incredible work. I think it's fair to say they do a lot with the funding that they have. We would like to see more funding and more support for rough sleepers. An awful lot was done during the pandemic, which I think demonstrated what actually can be achieved when. With the partnership working I mentioned earlier and with the funding from the government, but very happy to work with you, sit down with you to discuss, in what ways we can do even more than we're doing already.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. As a question for Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe. At present, there seems to be a disconnect or an unevenness in the way that called-in planning applications are approached. At present, there seems to be a lot of sort of working behind closed doors with developers. This often leads to major alterations. Now, of course, there's very good reasons why the GLA planning team would meet with developers. But my question is, why are resident groups who know intimately their local areas, they know what will work, they know what will be acceptable to the local community, why are they not afforded similar opportunities to participate in these discussions and influence these applications?
Thank you for your question, Assembly Member. I think one needs to look at quite what this part of the planning system is trying to achieve. I mean, certainly the behind closed doors phrase obviously gives rise to a speculation, but clearly that there does need to be engagement between planning officers, not myself or the mayor, but planning officers and the applicant to be able to address the shortcomings that officers feel that the scheme has in relation to a local plan or the London plan. If requested, the officers at the GLA do meet with residents groups. It isn't often requested, not all the time, but not unknown. And there are current schemes in which I know that on the books that officers have met with residents groups 2 or 3 times. But it should be said, though, that the residents groups often have a series of views and objections, some that will be material planning concerns, some that won't be. And therefore there is really a finite, almost, series of issues that they can convey to the planning officers, who will then take them forward or not, depending on whether they are material planning concerns. Whereas there will inevitably need to be much more to and fro with a developer to try and get them to adapt their schemes and challenge them, particularly on issues about amounts of affordable housing. So I think it shouldn't be a surprise that there is an imbalance in the amount of engagement between the applicant and local residents.
So no one's questioning that there's a need for developers to meet with the planning team. That's absolutely correct. But it does seem the experience of residents in my constituency, for example, I'm sure it's similar in other constituencies, is that engagement through the call-in process is generally poor. Residents don't feel listened to. And these developments are by definition big. They're by definition often controversial. So proper, full and thorough resident engagement is even more important, I'd suggest, at this stage than in earlier stages of the the planning process. So do you have any plans to improve the engagement processes in called-in applications?
Well, so we do supply the statutory consultation period of something like 6 weeks of statutory consultation. Often in schemes, not always, but often developers will also re-engage with the community on their changed proposals. It depends on the degree of change proposed. If it's a matter of simply a number of stories, for example, or the removal of internal, although things like parking would be internal, but would also have an exterior impact in terms of road usage. Those tend to be done purely through the statutory process rather than requiring major re-engagement on changes of land use. Which isn't usually the case. It's usually more of a matter of degree rather than a fundamental change. If there was a fundamental change, we would expect, well, not just re-engagement, we'd expect a whole new application to be made. I don't know whether it's worth Lisa coming in to talk about what the way we go about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I think the critical thing is that obviously the developer has submitted a planning application which has to be considered in line with the statutory development plan, the London plan and the local plan. So I think, as Jules rightly points out, there's limited scope for, obviously, residents will put their views forward and obviously we receive copies of those planning consultations, but the degree to which, for example, they can generate a refusal is really dictated by the degree to which the proposal is in line or otherwise with the development plan and whether there are sound reasons for that refusal, and that exists outside of whether or not residents have concerns or have raised the concerns for a particular proposal. And I think it's just worth noting as well that there's no scope within the planning system for residents to put forward alternative proposals, for example, which they may well prefer, but they're not those promoted by the developer for the site that they wish to look at. And I think just a final point that we clearly encourage pre-application, ongoing and meaningful discussions between the developers and the communities within which those proposals are put forward. And that is something that we value, that we take into account, and that will inform the paperwork that gets submitted with that planning application.
Thank you. I think that the GLA could be doing more to encourage residents or to engage residents in this process, but I'm conscious of time, so I'll hand over. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This is a question for Deputy Mayor Jules Pipe, and it's about the inappropriate tool proposed developments on TfL car parking land. If you look at the amount of opposition there is to this, I'm thinking about Stanmore, which is an 11-storey proposal. There's about 2,500 signatures against it. At Finchley, which is a 20-storey, there's 3,100 opposition statements about it. And at Cockfosters, which is 14 stories, there's about 3,700. So with 10,000, almost 10,000 Londoners being against this, is it time to rethink our proposals or your proposals for that land?
Should I take this? I think I was going to say Jules might be a decision maker in some of these. So.
Well, we had asked about this. My colleague, Assemblyman Member Boff, did ask the Mayor about this, but he swerved it and said he couldn't answer the question because of the TfL connection. So he did point us towards Assemblymember Deputy Mayor Pipe.
I'd be surprised if the Mayor did actually specifically name me, because as the Mayor is conflicted being Chair of TfL, often those invariably those planning decisions will fall to me to make, both at stage 1 and 2. So I could only really speak to generalities, and I would need to be very.
I'm afraid I've got to interrupt you. The GLA Conservatives are now out of time.
Could I suggest, Chair, that the Assembly member writes to me and I will ensure that the correct person who isn't conflicted can address his points. But of course, it principally is an issue for perhaps TfL and possibly the Deputy Mayor for Transport, because TfL is obviously the applicant in this case.
I'll write to you with the Mayor's quote as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have now, unless I see anybody else, we have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to our guests for answering our questions today. The Assembly has a few more items of business to deal with.
Good to see you.
But please feel free to leave the chamber and the Zoom call whilst we deal with those. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked?
Agreed.
Do I need to extend at this point?
Could do it now, Chair.
Yeah. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Agreed. Right, in accordance with Standing Order 4.2a, well, we're now on the motion section. In accordance with that Standing Order and following discussions with Assembly party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion may speak for up to 5 minutes, the seconder of a motion may speak for up to 3 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. The first motion that we have in front of us is in the name of Assembly Member Bokhari.
Could we just have a moment to circulate amendments, please, Chair?
Certainly, if we just hold on a small while while we circulate amendments. Okay. For those watching from home, it just goes to prove that at the GLA we haven't quite achieved the paperless office here, I'm afraid.
Given these new are these new amendments? They're new amendments, I've been told, that aren't in any of the paperwork.
Some may have been shared with members informally, Chair, but these are now being circulated.
Right. Okay. We'll have a look and see if there's anything.
Are you still requesting an adjournment?
I'll see if we know about any of these.
Earlier, prior to the meeting, to
so there's nothing new.
I don't think there's anything new on our part. If I can't speak for others. Huh? We sent this earlier prior to the part of the meetings, even today.
If members want to start, then
are
these all been distributed?
Well, that's what she was asking. Was there anything new?
You all right? I think they actually removed. Yeah, so they actually revealed it after they revealed it to me confidentially. That's what I said earlier. .1, and that's in the name of Assembly Member Bukhari, and it concerns the building safety crisis. Assembly Member Bukhari.
Just to let you know that we've accepted the first part of the Labour amendment, but I'll be talking about that in detail later. The cladding and fire safety crisis is a scandal. It's impacting thousands upon thousands of residents and leaseholders right across the capital. And we all need to do more. This motion is important. It reaffirms the Assembly's view that the government must ensure that innocent leaseholders do not pay any costs related to this crisis, and it must ensure buildings are remediated urgently. This motion also makes several key asks of the Mayor. Of course, the government needs to do more, and many of us will be keep pushing for comprehensive action needed from the government. But it's too easy just to call on the government. Let's look at the powers that the Mayor has too. The first ask is a simple one. The Mayor has a £4 billion affordable housing programme. He needs a clear policy of refusing to work with developers or housing providers who have not resolved building safety issues in their existing stock. Such a bold move will give a clear message to developers in our city. They need to take responsibility for these buildings and engage with leaseholders who are in many cases currently having to foot the bill, often reaching tens of thousands of pounds per leaseholder. The Mayor continues to, quite rightly, highlight the government needs to put in a larger levy on developers to cover the cost of this scandal. But the Mayor can still push the government for this at the same time as taking his own action to get developers to take responsibility by refusing to work with them until they do so. Secondly, this motion calls for the Mayor to establish a fire safety victims hub in London. Now, this would be able to provide mental health and practical advice to those affected by the scandal in London. A survey undertaken by the UK Cladding Action Group showed that 9 out of 10 leaseholders affected by this scandal are experiencing worsening mental health. No surprise that we cannot stand by without offering support to these leaseholders here in London. The Assembly Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee also called for this hub over 6 months ago. We've seen no action from the Mayor on this. Thirdly, the motion pushes for the Mayor to just trial, a public register of fire safety risk assessments in London, especially if the government refuse to legislate for one in the Building Safety Bill. It's scandalous that the current and the prospective leaseholders and tenants have no legal right to see the fire risk assessment for their own home. A mandatory scheme would require action from the government, but we could lead the way here in London by setting up a trial, voluntary scheme. Finally, we're calling for the GLA to do more with the Building Safety Fund and the Waking Watch Relief Fund, which it administers. I understand that there are delays on the government side, but many applicants are still not hearing a word from us. Now, the leaseholders waiting to hear back on these funding decisions are already experiencing huge levels of stress, and the GLA must not leave them in the dark. We must make sure that they are kept regularly updated and given updates to their progress and help expedite their applications. Now, the Labour amendment does seek to give the Mayor a get-out clause of saying that we need the government for these 4 clear actions. That's not true. Every one of these asks refusing to work with the developers who don't act, victim support, public safety register, better updates for funds administered by the GLA. Every one of these can be done by the Mayor, if he is willing to do so. So I urge the Assembly members here to support my motion without any amendment. Together today, we need to listen to the victims, for those affected by the scandal, and just urge the Mayor to do the same. Thank you.
Assembly Member Pigeon, you're seconding the motion.
Thank you very much. I am really pleased to be seconding this important motion today. The scale and the seriousness of the cladding and fire safety scandal requires action at all levels, and that includes here at City Hall. As Assembly Member Bakari has so clearly laid out, we believe this motion sets out some practical, radical but deliverable steps the Mayor could take to support those caught up in the scandal here in London. The government continues to be too slow to address the many issues stemming from this scandal, offering only piecemeal and incomplete solutions to very serious problems. And whilst we must continue to lobby the government to take comprehensive action to resolve this scandal, ensuring leaseholders do not pay and that all dangerous buildings are made safe as soon as possible. But practical action can be taken alongside this lobbying. And with London impacted by this scandal far more than any other part of this country, we need our Mayor to step in and fill in the gaps in support for victims of this scandal where he can. If the Mayor will withhold funding from developers flouting their responsibility to those living in buildings that they've already built, this will send a clear message that City Hall stands with the victims of this scandal, and it may help push some of those reluctant developers to act. A support hub for victims of the cladding and fire safety scandal is something the Mayor has the power to introduce, and it could improve and provide essential mental health and practical support for those involved. Tenants and leaseholders must be able to access the fire safety risk assessment for their buildings. Surely that's a basic right. It may be complex, but a public register of fire safety risk assessments is something that should be trialled in London. It could be piloted with a borough, particularly, as we've heard, if the government doesn't legislate. But this motion also raises important issues of the funding pots that are administered through City Hall. We may think they're wholly inadequate and flawed, but surely those who've applied shouldn't face additional stress due to not hearing back for months on end. Both government and the GLA need to ensure regular contact with applicants, and we want a commitment from the GLA to ensure that applicants hear back as soon as possible. In terms of the Labour amendment, though we've accepted the first line that they had put in about involving the fire brigade, we think it's unnecessary, we think it weakens the motion, and we've already as an Assembly passed a motion calling on the government to take action on this crisis, and our motion reaffirms this call today. But this motion today is about what City Hall can do, what the Mayor of London can do with his powers and levers, and that has to be the focus of our call today. I hope members from around the chamber will support us with our steps to try to support these innocent leaseholders throughout London who are living every day through this fire safety nightmare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Could I ask, as the mover of the amendment, Assembly Member Cooper to speak?
Thank you very much, Chair. And obviously, Assembly Member Moema would have been here to be speaking on this matter, but unfortunately, as you know, she's unable to be with us today. We're proposing this amendment, which we have obviously spoken to the proposer and seconder about in advance, and they've accepted partially what we were saying. And we did that in the spirit of cross-party working, and of course we believe that our role as all Assembly members is to stand up for all of those many Londoners who are affected by the fire safety and cladding crisis. We want to ensure that the London Assembly proposes realistic and timely solutions to issues faced by Londoners. There are far too many Londoners living in unsafe homes, even now, as of this moment, as a result of systemic failures by successive governments through deregulation in building standards and fire regulations, most recently through the Liberal Democrat and Conservative Coalition's 2010 Red Tape Challenge, which did away with much of the protection that tenants and leaseholders had. However, I do have significant problems with where it talks about not working with or funding developers or housing associations who have not taken action yet to support their leaseholders, because here we are simply pitting the needs of homeless families against the needs of leaseholders. And I think that is a really difficult position for us to be in. This is actually a national crisis, and it's up to the government to ensure that leaseholders nationally receive the protection that they need and that adequate funding for remediation is made available, as the Mayor has called for. The Grenfell fire was the tragic culmination of what happens when safeguards are eroded on the basis of short-term cost savings. Right now, Londoners, whether tenants or leaseholders, or indeed shared owners, are living in homes they're worried about that are unsafe. The government's lack of action so far means that leaseholders and shared owners are expected to pay literally extortionate costs through no fault of their own. And I think we're all agreed, we voted on this last month, we do not believe that this should be the case. In response to Assemblymember Pigeon's question to the Mayor on cladding and fire safety, Mayor Khan outlined and then stood on a platform to impose a developer levy to raise £3 billion to address standards and remediate buildings, including funding cladding removal across London. The Deputy Mayor for Housing and Residential Development, who we've just been with this morning, raised this directly with the Minister at that point, and as part of the Building Safety Bill, lobbied and continues to lobby for the protection of leaseholders from historic defects and funding for waking watches. New homes commissioned by the GLA Group now exceed building regulation standards, including a ban on combustible materials, and sprinklers must be installed irrespective of height. This applies to social housing and councils funded by the Mayor via the London Affordable Homes Programme. This is a national issue which must have these national solutions and funding. Unfortunately, this motion doesn't do that. What the Liberal Democrats are asking the Mayor to do, in light of what I've just been saying, is almost entirely unfeasible, could increase the risk to those in dangerous buildings and delivers little more than, I believe, false hope to those who really need to see change. The Liberal Democrats' motion suggests that the Mayor has not done enough, which, given everything that I've said so far, couldn't really be further from the truth. Sadiq Khan has shown time and again a willingness to do whatever he can to help those stuck in unsafe homes, whether tenants, leaseholders or shared owners. The Mayor has taken a number of actions, including, as I've just run through, lobbying government. Prior to the pandemic, the Mayor also provided meeting space for London's leaseholders at City Hall. The Deputy Mayor and the Building Safety team at City Hall meet with campaign groups on these issues, and a windfall tax on developer profits, as I said, would raise the £3 billion for remediation. Now, many of these asks are things that must be committed to by the government and are not currently within the Mayor's powers. Hence our amendment, which recognises that and asks for pressure on the government to provide the legislative and financial support needed. The Lib Dems could and should be asking for the government to undo the damage wrought on the fire and safety building industry by the 2010 coalition, which of course included Ed Davey, the current leader of the Liberal Democrats, to make sure that the Mayor has the powers and the funding devolved to him that both he and the campaigners have been calling for since the Grenfell fire in 2017, now 4 years ago. The GLA simply does not have the resources currently to establish a fire safety victim hub, given the current financial situation. The government should ensure that at least the government-funded independent advice service, which exists as a resource to support leaseholders with fire safety issues, that should be made fit for purpose. We want to throw our support behind Londoners in dangerous buildings. We want the Mayor to push as hard as possible, but we cannot let the government off the hook. The building safety scandal is a national scandal that needs a national solution. I'm really sad that the Liberal Democrats were unable to accept the second part of our amendment. Warm words are not enough. We must work on this together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark to second.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I am seconding this amendment because the motion proposed by the Liberal Democrats does not speak to the heart of the building safety scandal. Our focus must be squarely on actions that will end this horrific cladding scandal and not on passing motions that confuse the issues at hand. None of the asks of this motion are about making buildings safer, for leaseholders or for tenants. None of the asks will move to end this awful situation, and none of the asks address the regulation that still allows dangerous claddings on new buildings under 18 meters. The motion shows a lack of understanding where the power to make change lies. Our amendment strengthens this motion and requires the need for government action. I hope that all in the chamber will accept the amendment so that we have a strong and united motion, and one that would pass with cross-party support, as the motion on building safety did last month. I urge all members to vote for the Labour amendment. Thank you.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. We feel trapped. We can't get out. We can't stay here because of a fire risk, and we can't afford to move out. We've all heard these stories from Londoners. And this particular story I'm thinking of was from a young couple with a young baby at a protest I was at recently. It was 5th of June, and I was outside Barrett's home with the fantastic End Our Cladding Scandal campaign. And joined by Assembly Member Desai, we spoke to many residents who were very concerned about the cladding scandal. Now, this is an unacceptable situation. There's too many people living in blocks of flats facing huge financial risks. That's causing stress and anxiety, as well as the daily risk to their life from the actual cladding. That's why I'm so pleased in this motion there's a reference to a community hub, a place where people can come together, share information, network, and crucially, get some mental health support for the worry that's being caused by this. Secondly, these people, the leaseholders, they feel like the developers are ignoring them, like they haven't taken the vital action necessary. And that's why I'm pleased this motion, which I support unamended for this very specific reason, calls on the Mayor to not work with any property developer or housing association that hasn't taken the vital action to protect leaseholders. These people need our support. Yes, this is a national crisis. We accept that, and most of the responsibility lays with the government. However, there is still work the Mayor can and must do. And today, by passing this motion unamended, you're supporting those leaseholders. Thank you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to put on record how passionately we feel and empathise with those leaseholders as well who are trapped. They need a solution, and it needs a wide solution. But we're going to be supporting the Liberal Democrats today because we think that something can be done from this Assembly. It's getting a little bit tiring hearing from the opposition that the Mayor can't do anything about housing, he can't do anything about TfL, he can't do anything about the police. I mean, maybe this is why he doesn't come in very often. We think the Mayor can, and we think he should, and we'll be backing the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to sum up on the amendment. Assembly Member Cooper.
Well, I think it's extremely difficult to find that people who want to support this motion unamended without the section at the end. You know, it's ridiculous to pass motions asking the Mayor to do things that he's unable to do. And the idea of a London hub, it has to be within the context of a properly funded national hub. And, you know, I think we all know what the constraints currently are on the situation for money in London. So I would hope that you would support not just the first part, but the second part of our amendment, not because it does anything to take anything away from the motion, but because it actually adds to the motion and makes it more accurate and urges the Mayor to continue to put pressure on the government to deliver wider building safety reforms. And we think that's an absolutely crucial addition to this motion. And I would hope you would all support the amendment. Thank you.
And Assembly Member Bakari to sum up for the motion.
Thank you so much for everyone's contributions. It's incredibly emotional and difficult for anybody who's probably watching this right now who's trapped in a home that they feel unfortunately these people are literally trapped. And I'm just seeing tweets now of people saying that they are even willing to commit suicide over this. This is the strain that some of these people are going through right now. And I really hope that listening to this doesn't upset them further. We don't need political games here, and talking about the coalition only does that. We need to work together, cross-party, as you said, so let's do that. And the mayor, as you said that I referred to him that he'd not done enough. That's actually totally wrong. I did not say that. I just said he needed to do more. We're not talking about homelessness here. We're talking about not being held to ransom by developers. They are holding us all to ransom right now. We shouldn't be doing this. We already have plans for a city hall developer. We've got exciting ideas in the GLA that can really help these victims. Now, we've already accepted your first part of the amendment, Labour, and I think the second part, I really didn't see any need for that. You already said it adds to it, it doesn't really take anything away from it. Why did you add it then? We've already said we need the government to do more. We said it several times throughout the motion. I keep on saying it, Caroline keeps on saying it, we all keep on saying that. I don't understand this amendment. It doesn't make any sense, and people watching at home will not understand. All they want us to do is to work together, and this is action. They are not just words. The mayor does have powers, and every single one of these asks were within his remit. He can do this, and together we can do this, and we were elected to do this. That's what every one of us are here for. We are here to make sure that we are not just here to sit and talk and debate. We're here to make sure the mayor does more, and the mayor can do more, with us supporting each other together today. So grateful for some of the feedback that we got from the Conservatives and the Greens, and I'm feeling emotional right now because there are people at home who are really scared. Let's get this through, everyone, and let's make that change. Thank you.
So we're now taking a vote on the amendment to the motion 3.1 in the name of Assembly Member Cooper. All those in favour of the amendment, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment, please show.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 against, Chair. That falls.
I now present the motion as amended by Assembly Member Bakari herself. All those in favour of that motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can we have a recorded vote, please, Chair?
It does have to be asked for in advance of the vote, I'm afraid, Chair.
Yeah, a bit too late, sorry.
You can record retrospectively just for your own group, Assembly Member.
Okay, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the motion, please indicate.
No votes against.
No
Chair.
votes against. Thank you very much.
Carried.
That is carried. We now move on to a motion in the name of Assembly Member Bailey about the safety of Black Londoners. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I move the altered motion as tabled. Many Black Londoners feel unsafe in London, on the streets and in their own homes. And unfortunately, we are correct about that. We've seen an 11-year high in homicides on Sadiq Khan's watch. The number of Black victims has risen by over 68% between 2016 and 2020. Over that period, 43% of homicides have been in the Black community, when we only represent just over 13% of the population. So while I accept the altered motion, I want it to be made very, very clear. This is a record of failure, of Sadiq Khan's failure. No ifs, no buts, no changes by the Labour group will cover that up. This morning's session has already been very emotional, but for me and my community, this is the issue. My own brother has a 17-year-old son who he will not let out of the house. When I asked my nephew if he wanted to leave the house, he said no. He feels under pressure. He feels unsafe. I met a woman, a Black woman, sat in the park with her 19-year-old son watching him skateboard. And when I said to her, "Are you proud of the skateboard?" and she said, "I've never been so bored in my life, but this is my only way of keeping him safe." I want you to understand what this means for the Black community. We have people who will not let their children at homes. For us, this is a social mobility issue. It is hard, nigh impossible, to get our children to focus on school and personal development and their life, because they're correct when they say their lives are in danger. And when we try to change the focus of this and make it a national issue and start putting in the figures that are happening across the country, there's two things I want to say. The increase in the murder rate amongst the black community nationally has been largely funded by what's going on here in London. So it is not a defence. And secondly, the Mayor of London's concern should be here in London. We should be focusing on London. There's a theme emerging from these sessions. The Mayor acting like he has no power at all. He cannot do anything. If that's the case, move over. This is a matter of life and death. We know the issues behind this. This phenomenon is not simple. But even when you take gang activity into account and deprivation, black Londoners are still 3 times more likely to be murdered than their neighbours. Something is amiss. So when we call on the Mayor, not the Home Secretary, the Mayor of London, who's the Police and Crime Commissioner for London, it is his job to review his policies. In this area, we are correct. We have to focus on the Mayor. Black Londoners, our communities are looking to the Mayor to make this change. There's 101 different things he could do, but we know this, what he's done up till now has failed. So when we hear about record spend, we don't want to hear about record spend, we want to hear about record impact. Remember this, I spoke to a boy in Croydon. I've been a youth worker for over 25 years. Somebody contacted me and asked me to speak to this boy. So I went and I met him and we talked about the prevalence of carrying a knife. And he said to me, Sean, you cannot persuade me to put down my knife until you answer this question. Who is doing something about the murderers in our midst? This young boy spoke to me with what sounded like a book title. And he said, so when you ask me not to carry my knife, I ask you, who's asking everybody else not to carry a knife? That is the job of the Mayor of London, not anybody else. That is the job of the Mayor of London. So though I've accepted the altered motion, I want to make it very clear, this is the Mayor's job. This is all of our jobs. And if you're sat at home now thinking this is a problem for the black community, it is not. It's a problem for us all. My good friend's son, Sven, was murdered less than 4 months ago. He is not black. Good boy. Working, doing all the things that we hope our children do, murdered in the streets. We've got to do something about this. And our first port of call, because we are London Assembly members, is the Mayor. So anything else is a distraction. It's a political game. And you, and your actions in this chamber this morning, you need to be able to look black Londoners in the face and say to them, I'm not using you for political point scoring. I'm trying to help you keep your entire community safe. We are terrified. Somebody needs to do something about this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Hall to second.
I second and reserve my position.
You. Assembly Member Bakari.
Gideon, 21, Mazaza, 18, and Jalan, only 15 years old. 3 young black Londoners who were murdered this year. But they aren't just numbers, these are families that have been torn apart and lives lost. But I want to be blunt here. We don't need, as you said, any political blame game. We need to focus on the solutions to this crisis. The Liberal Democrats have been calling for an evidence-based approach to tackling violence in London for many years now. Our manifesto called for action to increase the levels of trust and effectiveness of the police, like doubling ward local officers to restore community policing. That's so vital to maintain the trust and preventing crime. This must be a priority for the Mayor. Black Londoners are 50 times more likely to be subjected to suspicionless stop and search than white Londoners, and this wastes time and erodes trust in policing. The Mayor must scrap suspicionless stop and search. The Liberal Democrats also believe that root causes of violence must be tackled. And yesterday, Caroline and I met a group called the London ACE Hub that are proposing a public health approach to dealing with violence in London. The Mayor must tackle deprivation by pooling apprenticeships, opportunities into apprenticeship hubs for young Londoners to access. Cannabis can be decriminalised to stop the fuelling of gang-based violence. Now, these shouldn't be controversial measures for Labour or for the Conservatives. Both your London manifestos advocated for intelligence-led stop and search community policing. And the Mayor promised a drug reform commission position the government, a position that the government Sewell report also supported. So we will be voting for today's motion, but I agree, we need no political games here. Together we can push for evidence-based solutions and action from the Mayor and from the Home Secretary to push for justice and, most importantly, as I think we will all agree, to save lives.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member Bailey, for bringing this motion asking the Mayor to review specifically black victims of homicide in London. The Green Group believes that every single homicide should be investigated thoroughly and the circumstances that led to each tragedy reviewed. And murders of black Londoners need to be better understood to avoid creating damaging stereotypes that devalue victims. Every single loss of life on our streets should be avoidable. We should have zero murders in London. The more data we have about why these heartbreaking events happen and how the perpetrator or perpetrators ended up carrying out these violent acts, the better we can prevent future murders, rather than focusing everything on enforcement after the fact. Without this data, our understanding of the problem is flawed and at risk of being influenced by assumptions and projections rather than by evidence. I welcome that the proposer of this motion, Sean Bailey, has suggested looking at this important issue through the Police and Crime Committee, and the Green Group will be voting in support of this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, do you want to exercise your right? Oh, I beg your pardon, Assembly Member Desai. I didn't see you.
I wasn't really going to say anything because I thought that since the amendment had been accepted, that there was going to be, some consensus here. I mean, we heard some talk earlier, fine talk, let's not bring party politics. This was a debate on cladding. What does Assembly Member Bailey do? He actually uses a motion that we thought we had all agreed upon to just basically attack the Mayor Sadiq Khan and pin everything, put the blame on knife crime, and particularly the murder rate, the homicide rate amongst London's black communities solely at the feet of Sadiq Khan. Now, that's simply not on. Right? This is a national issue. I'll tell you why it's a national issue, for two reasons. We've got the same sad fact of homicides amongst against our black citizens all across the country. So it's not just a London issue. It's a government issue. And who funds the MAT? It's the government that funds the MAT. Assembly Member Bailey, it was your government, but along with the Lib Dems for the first 4 years in 2010, that actually cut the MAT's budget by £1 billion. You are still not giving Londoners the number of police officers the Commissioner and the Mayor have asked for. We asked for 6,000 officers. I think we've got around 1,000, just under 2,000. So let's look at the real issues, right? Yes, we wanted a review into why we have this unacceptable fact of the high rate of homicides against black Londoners, although there have been numerous studies over the last 40 years. But let's also address the issue of funding. The MAT has been very clear. They need the resources to fight, to tackle this problem. There have been many initiatives in terms of enforcement, the Violent Crime Task Force, the Violence Suppression Unit. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, the Mayor announced increased funding for the Gangs Intervention Program in terms of tackling the root causes of crime, the Young Londoners Fund. So to say the Mayor is simply not doing anything, he has repeatedly said that one homicide is one too many. This is one area where you cannot accuse Mayor Sadiq Khan of complacency. through
Could
going
you
out of the streets.
bring your comments to a close, please?
Yeah,
We're over
getting
time.
out of the communities, the message is clear. We will not tolerate this attack upon any Londoners. It's an issue for all Londoners, not just for black Londoners, but black Londoners obviously are adversely affected in terms of the unacceptable statistics. So I would have thought that you would have actually shown a bit more respect for the work that Sadiq Khan is doing and got cross-party support for your motion. We are going to support this amendment, the motion,
Assemblymember,
but you
you're
should
well
not have
over
used this
time.
as an attack to make a direct attack on Sadiq Khan and put everything
Assemblymember, you're
put the
well
blame
over time.
on him.
Well over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hall to... is there any other Assembly members wish to contribute? Assemblymember Hall. Oh no, Assemblymember Duval.
And look, this should be a motion which we should all agree on. And what we try to do is put a friendly amendment, but take out the politics of it, that those on the other side and this lot are joining in criticising the mayor who's trying to do his best. But yes, it is an issue in London, and that's why I think we support the general thrust of this motion. And what we put in there is some extra background issues, because it isn't just here in London that it's an issue, it's across our nation. And I welcome the Conservatives. I know what Ken Livingstone would have said. He would have said, God, these Conservatives would have been welcomed around the GLC Police Committee talking about race and crime and the issues of actually identifying some of the issues of why black people are disproportionately advantaged of it. So I welcome you coming to this debate. Some of us around this side of the table, I hope so on that side, would also welcome it. But don't start lecturing us on who's using it for political games. Who's using it for political games? Because quite frankly, it doesn't stand up to any reasonable scrutiny. So I'm sorry about the tone of this debate, but I think it should be said here. It is an important piece of report and research that we should do. The government's sitting on 3 reports at the moment that it daren't actually raise the issue because actually it doesn't think it meets with your supporters' views of our society. We on this side are comfortable with this. We need to have this debate and we need to make sure it's wider than this London Assembly. But as for point scoring, please, you take the biscuit.
Assemblymember Hall.
May I just start by saying I don't like colleagues referred to as this lot, and it's a shame perhaps that the leader of the group and perhaps the whole group didn't listen to the eloquent words of Assemblymember Bahari. I am actually thrilled that Sean has brought this here today. If anybody didn't think he spoke from the heart, think again. It's his community. He means every word he said. It is the elephant in the room. It is a subject that people don't want to bring up for fear possibly of being called racist. But we have to look at the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Black victims of homicide represent over 43%, but make up only 13.3% of the population. Black people are 4 times more likely to be a victim and 8 times more likely to be a perpetrator. This is a desperate situation. And yes, Assemblymember Bahari is right. We need to work together. We need to work as an assembly together. We must not be afraid to recognise this, and we must speak up for those who are afraid and at risk in this city. And rather than spreading the message that the police are unfairly targeting black men, we should spread the message that actually they are trying to keep Londoners, black Londoners, safe. Now, many of you know the most important thing to me is being a mother. And I cannot imagine what some of these mothers out there, especially black mothers, feel like when their kids go out at night. Especially if they know or they suspect that they carry a knife or that they belong to a gang. Can any of you imagine how that must feel? It would terrify me, and I have absolutely every conviction it terrifies them. We have got to work together to look to see what we can do. We must not brush this subject away. We must all discuss it, find a way of reversing the situation, and that's for everybody's sake, not just the black community, but everybody's sake. Our mayor has a huge budget, and we must stress to him, all of us, how important it is that we have actions, not placating words. We must do something. We must not constantly regard this as just an attack on the mayor. This is an attack on our city, and we must all do all we can to resolve it, because we won't survive if we don't, and the black community is suffering like hell because of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Assemblymember Bailey to sum up.
Let's address this issue of playing politics. Let's be very clear. I will not be lectured by you, because this is a direct ask of the mayor. And what your amendment sought to do was remove the mayor's responsibility. I accepted the amendment because I accept the concept that there is a national aspect to this. I absolutely accept that. But a large part of that national aspect started here in London. If our mayor got his piece together, it helped the entire country. So for me, this isn't about politics. This is about my 17-year-old nephew or my own 11-year-old son, who I'm having to explain these things to. So it's nothing to do with politics. It is literally about the survival of black people in London. So if you feel like I'm playing politics, I'm sorry about that, but it is you who tried to remove the mayor. I'm specifically asking the mayor to do a specific piece of work. I'm specifically asking the mayor to do a specific piece of work in London because it will benefit London and by extension the country. I have no problem telling the Home Secretary we need more police officers in London. We need more money in London. I have no problem telling her. If she's listening now, there you go, we need more. The point here is we also need more action from the mayor. That's what I'm talking about. There's a theme emerging across this current assembly, this period, that the mayor thinks he's a leaf being blown around by the government. He is the mayor. He must take action. That's what we are for. This level of government gives us an advantage over Westminster. We're closer to the situation. We have councillors, local people that we can talk to more regularly to make these changes. So looping in the Home Secretary won't help us solve this. This is for this level of government, and that's where my focus lay. So when you think about voting for this or not, I implore you, forget the politics. We all know we'll have an election in 3 years, we'll all have a row then about politics. But right here, right now, let's look at why black Londoners 8 times more likely to perpetrate, 4 times more likely to be the victims of homicide. Why? There's something amiss. The mayor can look into that. Let's ask ourselves, why are so many black Londoners terrified to let their children out? I spoke to a woman who had her son murdered, and she said to me she wishes that child was stopped and searched before he murdered her child. We've got to be realistic and have those conversations. Where's the technology that we could be using to do much more of this to get these weapons off of our streets? What are we doing to send a message that if you're armed in London, you will be found before you hurt somebody? These are the things that I want to focus on. Assemblymember Bakari gave several different things we can do. I don't even agree with them all, but I certainly know they all need investigation. I certainly know they all need investigation. And that's what I'm asking about. I'm asking for this mayor to not pass the ball to the government, to hold on to that responsibility, to grasp the nettle, to show some leadership, to bring Londoners to a place of safety, black and white. Assemblymember Hall was correct when she said it's not just the black community. Black and white, across London, young and old, gay and straight, men and women, boys and girls, we all want this solved. Because if a group of people in London are not safe, none of us are safe. So I implore you to support this. Thank you.
We are voting on the amended motion that Sean Bailey did, because I'm still unclear from both his opening remarks and his closing remarks whether he, well, it says here, work with the Home Secretary. I think you deliberately said that it wasn't. I think it needs everybody to work together to solve this problem, including those outside politics as well. The question is, can we clarify what we're voting on?
Just to be clear, you are voting on the motion, the motion as amended by Assemblymember Bailey.
Thank you, Chair.
So can I see all those in favour of the motion by Assembly Member Bailey?
I think that's unanimous, Chair.
It is, yes. No much point in asking who's against on that basis. Right. Thank you for that. We're now moving on to the next item, which concerns Hammersmith Bridge in the name of Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to start by saying this motion has been a subject to some controversy, but in the context of the debate, it's probably not correct. But I would urge the Assembly members to put aside their preconceptions of the motion for a short while I speak. This is not an attempt, by the way, to undermine the proper and upcoming committee investigations of our vital river crossings, including the 25 bridges across the Thames. What this motion is to draw attention to the urgent issue of the condition of a wider set of crucial transport assets, the 1,254 bridges and flyovers that are part of the London's road network. So our roads are deteriorating. LOTAG, which is a network of London highway experts, produces a State of the City report specifically about this issue, and this shows a clear decline in road condition since 2017 and an increase in the number of assets with interim measures, so speed restrictions, weight restrictions and even closures. The current value of maintenance backlog of these assets is £241 million. And the funding problem stems from when Transport for London was formed in 2000. Central government stopped providing regular funding specifically for Transport for London and London Borough highways, and that means almost all our roads in London. And that's in contrast to other highways authorities in England who still receive an annual formula-based settlement for highway maintenance. And so from 2000 to 2018, Transport for London used a proportion of the annual capital settlement from central government to cover highway maintenance improvements and to provide support for borough highway maintenance and improvement through local implementation plans. And as we know, in 2018, the government grant to TfL ceased. This resulted in a reduction in road maintenance funding for Transport for London and then boroughs. And in 2018 and 19, and 19-20. So now we come back to the crux of the motion. All this has meant that there are many critical Transport for London assets in need of major repairs, and these are significant bridges, flyovers and other road structures that Londoners know well and would be shocked to realise that their condition is effectively being run down. Investment is required now to renew key road assets, remove current restrictions and prevent further restrictions and closures. And it's necessary to immediately begin work on several high priority projects. And I'd like to mention a few of them because we'll all know them. So Rotherhithe Tunnel. With investment, Transport for London could remove the need for several thousand small and medium-sized vans to make a 30 to 60-minute detour each day to avoid the tunnel. The A40 Westway. TfL could avoid unplanned closures and speed restrictions caused by the poor condition of the road and the failure of large expansion joints. The Gallows Corner flyover, which we discussed yesterday at Transport Committee. Work would prevent a potential unplanned closure due to safety defects and fatigue cracking and remove the existing weight and speed restrictions. Vauxhall Bridge, which carries over 70,000 vehicles per day and could face usage restrictions without investment within 5 years. Brent Cross structures, which carry over 175,000 vehicles per day, which could face additional restrictions and a high likelihood of closure without investment. The Blackwall southbound tunnel, mechanical, electrical and communication equipment is in poor condition. And the Croydon flyover, renewal of critical structural elements is desperately needed. So we cannot kick this down the road. These are major projects which need to be planned well in advance with proper investment. We cannot continue to patch these structures up. We are storing problems for our future. So there are opportunities to resolve the funding issue. The comprehensive spending review, as we know, is coming up in the autumn, promising reviews. And it would be remiss of me not to mention the vehicle excise duty Londoners pay but do not see as a potential source of income for roads maintenance. And we should seek a review of ownership structure to see if a single ownership would improve those outcomes. So please, let's just get the Mayor and the Chair to write to the Secretary of State for Transport and start sorting this mess out with a proper review of ownership and funding.
Assembly Member Cooper to second.
I'd like to formally second the motion and reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon to move an amendment to the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reason for this amendment is quite...
Amendment as a proper amendment, or is it, I think it should be, as a wrecking amendment? And what advice have you been given by officers on this motion? I know it is down to you,
yes,
but I think it's up to you, if you're going to accept this amendment, to explain why it's not a wrecking amendment.
I've been asked, there's no such thing as a wrecking amendment. There is, however, negation, which is in standing order.
Sorry, Chair, you're going to have to speak up.
I beg your
can't hear
pardon.
you.
The only thing that's in standing orders is about negation and whether or not the amendment could be negated, and it's up to the judgment of the Chair to see whether or not that is negated. I've read through this a number of times. I don't think it is negated. It isn't saying don't do things. It's within the purview of the subject of the motion, with the narrative of the motion, and it appears to be just an alternate way of achieving the same ends. So for that reason, I've accepted the amendment, but I leave it up to the
Chair,
Assembly.
what advice was you given by officers?
I was given the advice that there were that negation is one of the reasons that could be considered. But
no,
it was
Chair,
the advice that was given to me
did the
was
officers
ultimately
view,
my decision.
What was the officer's view of whether it negated then the motion?
The officer came
Because
to
I think
me
this
and-
is quite important that we need to
Yes,
understand
I
what
do
the rules
understand
are
that.
for the future.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
In consultation, the officer said to me that it could be considered negation on some interpretations, but it was down to the Chair to consider whether or not it was a negation. I don't think it is.
Okay.
You know, we
It is your
clearly know-
choice. It is your choice, Chair. We
Absolutely.
understand that.
Yes.
We just want to be clear about what the framework is for future amendments that are tabled, and we would expect the same leniency or the same interpretation for future amended motions in this vein to main motions.
I must admit...
And you're setting a precedent here,
Assembly
Chair.
Member Duval, I don't think I am setting a precedent because
You
I've
are.
looked at some of the motions that I've proposed over the years and
Yes.
similar action has been taken. So I
Yep.
don't think I'm setting a precedent. What I'm doing is interpreting that.
In your interpretation, Chair, what I'm saying to you from this side, we would expect the same courtesy, and we expect everyone else around the
Well,
table
that goes
in
without
future
saying,
motions about your interpretations of negation.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it does set a precedent. But fine, I
of course.
accept your ruling. I just want the rules explained to
Those-
you around why you've come to that ruling.
Yes.
Because,
Chair, just to add to that, we obviously asked whether or not we could accept the amendment, and we were clearly advised that it would negate the motion. So we were unable to accept the amendment on the grounds of negation. So you do seem to be setting a precedent here of accepting an amendment that we were clearly advised would negate our motion.
I'm not setting a precedent, but what I can assure you is that I would apply the same rules to everyone.
Okay, so anyone else who's advised that something negates it, we can expect to see amendments coming through of this nature.
I would expect to see some thinking going into whether or not a negation took place. We know clearly what a negation is. This is not clearly a negation. It's actually a different way of achieving the same end. And I think that's an acceptable amendment. And I've suffered through these amendments over the years, I can tell.
achieving the same ends, I'm not understanding why, if that's the case, why this is not being referred back to the Transport Committee and why it's been done in a rather clumsy way of wrecking. But
Well,
hey
there
ho,
are-
let it take its course.
Assembly
I
Member,
think
there are a
you've
number
set-
of choices.
You've set a useful precedent that others will choose to explore in future meetings.
There are a number
Let
of
it take its
choices
course.
available to members, one of which is to refer it back to committee. The Assembly member
we've
has
got an
chosen
amendment
not to
now.
use that at the moment and to use rather an amendment, and I think that's acceptable. Can I just assure members that I did think long and hard about this because I realised that close in the boundary of being a negation, but it's not. I really don't think it is. Can we continue, if you don't mind? Assembly Member Pidgeon, if you could propose the amendment.
Thank you very much indeed. The reason for this amendment today is quite simple. This issue is being considered by the London Assembly's Transport Committee as part of its work programme. We have an investigation planned and a hearing set for later this month, in under 3 weeks. This motion is calling for the government to hopefully determine something which we have not yet considered ourselves. We won't have looked at national or international examples of good practice, spoken to experts in this area and the current asset owners, the people who currently maintain many of these crossings. Why would we do that? Asking for the government to do something with no evidence or arguments is not good practice. And this motion as it stands is calling for government action without any guidance or evidence from us. It's suggesting that central government can somehow resolve this long-standing issue that's been going on for decades with no evidence or strong arguments provided. It's proposed that national government should know better than us about how to settle an issue in London. And I think this motion could set a dangerous precedent. It cuts across and seeks to preempt the work of one of our committees. And quite frankly, this is not how we have tended to work on the Assembly. There is a real need to address things like the utter mess of the ownership of different bridges and crossings and assets in London. Hammersmith Bridge is nothing short of a fiasco, from Hammersmith Council refusing to release details of the state of the bridge, through to the failure of TfL and government to reach a funding decision. And it's Londoners who we represent who are suffering. But to take the issues raised today forward, emotion is not the answer. We are better and we are much stronger as a voice for Londoners when we work together. Take evidence, make clear recommendations based on our detailed work, and then continue to pursue them. And if we're serious about wanting to change government policy, let's collect that evidence together to present to government. The London Assembly's Transport Committee has a strong record over many years of delivering change, as have many of our other committees. And I really feel that this motion as it stands, it devalues the work of the Assembly, it devalues the work of our committees. And I really hope we can accept this amendment today. Let's look at this cross-party at our committee later this month and come forward with a package of suggestions we can put to government and get behind that to get the changes we all clearly wish on this subject. Thank you.
Assembly Member Prince to second the motion.
I so second and reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in this debate? I should point out that Assembly Member Baker is open for you to accept the amendment if you wish to do so. You don't wish to do so. So let's now go to Assembly Member Cooper.
Sure, I reserved my right earlier. Yes, well, we were given clear advice that this is a wrecking amendment because it takes out the call on the Mayor and the Chair of the Assembly to write to the Secretary of State. And I'm very surprised at Caroline making these arguments that this is something that we can't consider now today. We have on many occasions passed motions here on subjects that have not yet gone to our many committees that look at things in a lot more detail. I think there are times when things deserve to be sent to committee for greater consideration, but I don't think it weakens the work of the committee just because a call has been made here to say that, and we all know that this is an absolute mess. I mean, my constituency, which includes Putney, is very badly impacted, and I know there's a number of other Assembly members, I'm sort of generally pointing in their direction, whose constituencies are equally, if not more so, impacted. I know that Assembly Member Devonish, there's huge problems on his side of the river, and I'm sure Assembly Member Rogers is finding that many of his constituents are gravely inconvenienced as well. And so, this is something that, I would really like, instead of seeing, people posing for pictures next to Hammersmith Bridge whenever it's an election, which seems to happen, that we actually see something concrete going forward. And I was very glad that TfL, although it doesn't own the bridge, was very keen clean from last year and was calling us in for private briefings so we could hear what they were doing to try and get at least the investigation of the scale of the problem underway as quickly as possible, because it was always obvious that it wasn't going to be easy to solve a problem of a grade 1 listed bridge that is now in the condition that it's in. However, to not go ahead with having this call made in this meeting, if there was already a scoping report that set out in huge detail, which we haven't seen, so I don't know why you're nodding, because I certainly, my colleagues who are on the Transport Committee haven't seen the scoping report for this piece of work. So, you know, I don't know when this piece of work is going to be taking place. And we make asks here all the time. So in the absence of a scoping report, I really don't see why we cannot go ahead with making this call. It amplifies and directs, if you like, the consideration that I'm sure that we're all pretty much behind in this chamber when that Transport Committee investigation takes place. Without the scoping report at this point, we don't know exactly what's going to be in it, but I think the motion drives it in a particular direction, which I think we will support. So I hope you will support our amendment. There's nothing to stop us. So I hope you will reject the amendment and support the motion unamended. There's no reason why we can't vote on this today to really emphasise the urgency, and I really hope to see the Mayor and the Chair writing together very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, again, do you wish to contribute?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to try and repeat what Assembly Member Pigeon has said. We recognise that we have a problem here in London. A lot of it is historic, the fact that London government boundaries have changed, that there's the ever-evolving governmental strata in London has changed. And you'd expect that in a city with such a great history as ours. The Transport Committee have recognised that. At the beginning of this term, the leaders or the spokespeople for the different groups sat down individually with the chair, and we discussed issues that we'd want to discuss and look at and investigate, and this was very much on the list of what we were going to do, and it very much is on the list of what we are going to do. And I think this motion calls into question the relevance of the Assembly. If we have a committee that can look at these things, if we're going to ask the Secretary of State to do an investigation before we've even made any suggestions as to what we might think could be an answer, surely the Secretary of State might turn around and say, well, what's the point of the Assembly then? Instead of just landing a problem on my desk, I thought, the Secretary of State, that the Assembly's role was to do investigations, to look at things in detail, and then make suggestions to the Mayor and to government as to how we should progress. That's how you deal with a problem. You don't just put a problem on someone's plate, you give them the answers as well, or certainly suggest a way forward. And if we're not going to be suggesting the way forward in the Assembly, there is no reason for us to be here. And if we're going to keep doing motions whereby we circumnavigate the role of the Assembly committees, what is the point? So our amendment recognises that. We did consider actually just putting it to the committee, but I think we needed to call this out, really. So this amendment recognises the fact that the Assembly has a very important role to play, that the committee has a very important role to play, and that role should be performed before we write to the Mayor and or the Secretary of State, or at both.
Assembly Member Pigeon, would you like to sum up the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a very interesting debate. I think it's wrong for us to agree, if we didn't amend the motion today, to write to the Secretary of State for Transport to ask him to review the ownership of tunnels and bridges that form part of the trunk and principal road network in London. We don't know if that's what we want to ask yet. We haven't done the piece of work. It might be, as has been said by Assembly Member Prince and others, that we come up with a suggestion of this is a model. It works in other international cities. It works in other places. This is a model for how we can keep our network going, to make sure our river crossings are maintained safely, that it's coordinated. Let's do that piece of work. And I really hope we pass this amendment today, and actually maybe after the summer when we get back, people will be in a better place to reflect on how we work together. Because actually, when we hunt as a pack, my goodness, this assembly has so much power.
Assembly Member Baker, if you'd like to sum up.
Thanks, Chair. I'm a little bit concerned about the role of the Assembly as well, because I did try, when I spoke to the motion, to set out why the amendment wasn't appropriate, basically, and then the responses haven't actually tackled that at all. Let's be absolutely clear. The committee investigation later this month is on river crossings governance and maintenance. Yes, we haven't received the scoping document yet, but I am confident that's what it's going to look at, whereas this motion looks wider than that at the whole road network and those bridges and flyovers as part of it. So if we take the amendments, then we cut out, and I was very clear about the sort of structures we were talking about. I spoke to them all. Only 2 of those are anything to do with the river. So if we take the amendment, then we basically say, right, we're kicking everything else down the road. Don't worry about it. We're not really bothered about the fact that there's not decent funding about it. We'll do it at some point in the future, possibly. So I'd really just urge everyone to think about what they're voting for in this amendment and what they're ruling out.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to put the amendment to the Assembly. All those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Pigeon, please indicate.
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the amendment?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against, Chair.
The amendment is carried. All those in favour of the amended motion in the name of Assembly Member Baker, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion?
No votes against, Chair.
Okay, and that is carried, therefore. Now, I'm going to ask the Assembly whether or not we could take the urgent item at the end of the agenda now. It seems more common sense for those people sitting at home to come to the agenda. So if we can take the urgent motion, if I can just say, I've been informed of one item which has been admitted to the agenda as urgent business in accordance with section 100B4 of the Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion. They really could say it quicker, couldn't they? A report has been circulated to Assembly members by way of a supplementary agenda. Understanding Order 3.12, I now invite the proposer of the motion, Assembly Member Rogers, to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should consider this urgent motion. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Despite the Mortlake Brewery plans being called in by the Mayor in May 2020, residents have struggled to have their concerns heard by the developer and the GLA planning team. Indeed, community groups were only able to meet with the GLA planning team on the 22nd of June, which is just 9 days ago. And at that meeting, it became clear that residents were providing planning officers with new perspectives on numerous aspects of the scheme, and any observer would have realised there was much more work to be done. A possible hearing date of 16th of July was tentatively suggested, but there was considerable pushback from residents due to the timing and COVID restrictions. The understanding from residents would be, was that a hearing date in September would be considered, and a motion was being prepared for the September plenary in discussion with residents. However, this Tuesday afternoon, a hearing date of 27th of July was announced, and this brings the issue into very sharp focus. The announcement fell outside the timescales for submitting a motion to this plenary through the usual channels, and clearly September will be too late. So therefore I ask the Assembly to agree to consider this urgent motion to give my constituents a proper chance to have their views heard.
Do members agree to consider the motion in accordance with Standing Order 1.10A on the grounds outlined by Assembly Member Rogers? Please indicate if you are in favour of that being considered. Is that agreed? Nobody against? In which case, I will now ask you to, Assembly Member Rogers, to propose the motion.
Thank you. The current plans to redevelop the former Stag Brewery site in Lake would have significant, far-reaching and long-lasting effects on the community. The local population would almost double in size and the ancient Thames riverscape would be forever altered. For a development of this scale, it is necessary to proceed with caution and to ensure that the local community is consulted and included in conversations at every step of the way. After the development was called in by the Mayor, it was increased in size by 40% from a little over 800 homes to 1,250. Building heights increased to up to 10-storey. Whatever the merits of these changes, they would unquestionably have a dramatic impact on the local area, but there has been no public or community engagement on the design of the revised scheme following calling. Residents have struggled to have their voices heard in this process. Despite numerous attempts, they were only able to secure a meeting with the GLA planning team on the 22nd of June. As I mentioned, that was just 9 days ago. I was at that meeting, held on site at the brewery, and listening to the conversations unfold, it was obvious to me that the residents who know their area best had so much to add to these discussions with the GLA planning team and the developer. But one meeting alone will not be anywhere near enough, and the remaining time between now and the 27th of July hearing is simply not sufficient for the issues raised to be properly considered by the developer and the planning team. The fair and reasonable course would be to delay the hearing until these discussions can take place, just as they have been taking place between the GLA and the developer throughout this process. I can assure members that these residents are no NIMBYs. They are in favour of development. They want more social housing. They have considerable expertise in architecture, in town planning and public health. They have much to add to this discussion if only they had the opportunity. And this is not a party political motion. It's not an opportunity to attack the Mayor. The Mortlake Brewery Community Group themselves is entirely non-partisan, led by people of all parties and none. And this is also not any slight on the GLA planning officers who have been entirely professional throughout this process. This motion is asking for time. Time for residents to have meaningful discussions with the GLA, the developer and Richmond Council so that their views can have proper consideration. That time would be of little cost to the developer or the GLA, but that time would be of immeasurable value to the residents of Mortlake. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell to second.
Thank you, Chair. And Sian has asked me to apologise for not anticipating the length of the earlier debates. She had to leave for a meeting. Just last week, Assemblymember Boff and Assemblymember Berry met with representatives of the Listen to Locals group and the Mortlake Brewery Company group, community group. Listen to Locals is a new collective for London set up to bring together community groups from across the city to add weight to their voices. All the groups say the same thing. Top-down decisions on development in their areas are ignoring invaluable local insight and knowledge that could make these schemes better. The Stag Brewery in Mortlake is a prime example of this lack of community involvement. It's 6 years since the site was bought by the developers. Residents around the site welcome the redevelopment of the site, seeing it as an opportunity to bring a much-needed heart to the area, as well as the possibility to open up access to the river. Over the years, there have been consultations, exhibitions, boards, feedback forms, etc., etc. Yet the scheme that's presented to council takes away protected playing fields and doesn't deal with the increase in road traffic or the pressures on public transport that these thousands of new residents will bring, and only provides 17% affordable housing. Yet the council passes it, no doubt partly through worry that if they don't, and the mayor calls it in, the development they get back will be even worse. And yes, despite council approval, the mayor called it in, and his planning department proceeded to have a total of 23 meetings with the developers, a fact the local residents only know about from a Freedom of Information request. And what's the result of these 23 meetings? A larger, denser and taller scheme that is way beyond what the developers ever envisaged, with an uplift to just 30% of affordable homes. There may be some positive changes, but at any point, were the local community's proposed changes looked at, Mayor's planning team? No, they weren't, despite the good ideas they have for real improvements. The Mayor does recognise the problem. In his answer to Sian's written question in May about this lack of community engagement post-planning submission, he said, officers are currently working on an enhanced engagement strategy for planning which will include guidance for developers on how they should engage with the community on all applications. The Mayor recognises there is a fundamental flaw in the call-in process. It's time he recognises the impact these failings have had on the plans for the Stag Brewery in Mortlake and uses it as a test case for real resident engagement. Please vote in support of this motion.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. I have visited the former Stag Brewery site in Mortlake previously, and while things have now slightly changed in the revised planning application, I still remain shocked by how so many of the early applications, and this still are based on such extensive car use and lack of support for active travel. And I'm very aware of how close this proposed development is to the railway line, with level crossings that repeatedly close to cars, vans, pedestrians and cyclists wanting to cross due to the through trains. It's an area where there are real pinch points of traffic for local residents. This is a significant planning development that has passed in different forms, both with the current and past administrations of Richmond Council. But given where we are now, given that the difficulties we've all faced during COVID for people to take part in normal activities, for residents and community groups to be able to actively engage with this, we need to give people more time to comment and work on this revised planning application. COVID should not be seen as an excuse for poor planning application decisions. People in 10, 20, 30 years' time, we don't want them looking back saying, well, that was that blip because COVID, nobody was able to give the time for proper decision making. I really think this is such an important site. Rushed decisions will inevitably be bad decisions. Not understanding those very specific needs in terms of transport provision cannot be excused. And the additional height and density is of concern to this site and will have a wider impact on the area. We fully support this motion today.
Assembly Member Rogers to sum up, please.
I welcome the cross-party support from Assembly Member Pigeon and Assembly Member Russell. We need to be building in London, not looking to a 20 or 30-year timeline, but we need to be building communities that will stand the test of time 100 years hence. So let's start here with Mortlake Brewery. Thank you.
Commendably brief. Thank you for that. So I've now put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the item of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion?
No votes against.
No votes against. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to the item of mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held between February 2021 and March 2021. Can we note the recommendation? On future meetings of the Assembly is asked to agree to use the 2nd of September 2021 plenary meeting, principally to hold a question and answer session on the work and policies of Transport for London, and under Section 61 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999, require Sadiq Khan, in his capacity as Chair of Transport for London, and Andy Byford, Commissioner of TfL, to attend from 10 a.m. to answer questions for which notice will be given in due course in accordance with Section 62 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999. And after all those words, can we agree that recommendation? Thank you. The date of the next meeting The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place on Thursday, the 15th of July 2021. There are no other items that I've been notified, urgent items, and so I call the meeting to a close. Thank you.